What's up, gamers? It's me, Employee 427. Okay. Hey. We are going to be playing not really an updated version, but a new version, which is actually the second new version of one of my favorite games of all time. It is one I don't like, doesn't come to mind very often when I think of my favorite games of all time, because, like, obviously Undertale, Portal, Danganronpa, etc., always come to mind immediately. But Stanley Parable is one of those games that I believe did have a big effect on how I view video games and how they interact with the player. And, of course... see you later, VR. I always appreciate that you show up and then immediately leave so regularly. You can see what game is going to be played in the title screen. It's right there underneath the box. You know what's going to be played. I write it down. Anyways, today I am joined by my lovely compatriot, Myakore.
Myakore. Okay, now is your audio normal?
Is my audio normal?
I think so. Sounds pretty good.
Cool!
Yeah.
So yeah, are you guys ready to play?
I guess I'm slightly quiet. I also am. Even in cardio, I'm now no longer sound like I'm peaking because your system volume was all fucked up. Is it at -4 decibels?
Okay, what about now?
Wait, was I slightly quiet like for you in Discord too?
No, my system volume had somehow gone from 50 to 44.
Okay.
It is now back to 50, so things should be rebalanced again.
Well, your system volume doesn't actually affect the stream, except by relative distance to other volumes, maybe, I guess. But what's your desktop audio and OBS set to?
-4.
Okay, I think -3.5 is probably actually good. We keep swapping between those two numbers.
Yoki go. Hello, Deanna K. So yeah. Let's get fucking pogging, if you will. Pardon my French.
You're not allowed to say pog.
Planogram. I'm allowed to say planogram. Here's a daily reminder that the things that determine where products go, in Target at least, are called planograms, always shortened to POGs.
Oh yeah.
And if something is not on planogram, they're called NOPs. Please choose a screen subject language. English.
Don't forget to screen share it to me when you show it to the viewers.
Oh, right. Oh yeah, I should probably show the game to the people. Hello, gamers!
They don't deserve it. I am eating burger and fry. Share it so I can click on it and then not have to touch my mouse again with my greasy ass fingers. Thank you.
So we got the question. Have you played the Stanley Parable before? I have not, but I do know the entirety of it, so I think I should...
Yeah, you should say yes. I don't remember that much of it.
Please adjust the slider until the computer is barely visible. Okay, it's barely visible.
I always leave these at default because, like, it always looks like I should set it lower, but I don't because things already end up looking slightly darker on stream anyway. So I always just leave it at the default, and it's usually fine.
Enter the current time.
Okay, asshole. What, do you not have the fucking access to our system clock?
It is 5:26 EST. No, accessibility settings can be accessed from the main menu. Do I have Yeah, I have flux off. Cool. Clearly it's checking if you're lying about any of this information.
Okay, you didn't ping the server.
Did I not? I did. Oh, I did. I didn't ping them. Okay. I posted the link, I just didn't ping. You are playing the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe. Okay, so I'm very curious to see what is the same as the original game and what is different. So first things first, we have to check something.
You're going into the options to check stuff, and you remember a hell of a lot more about this game than I do. What is one-handed walking? I saw that in general.
Hold left and right mouse buttons to walk.
Interesting.
Interesting.
It's so you can masturbate.
Okay, so it seems that they've changed the achievements at least. Because famously, achievement there was always an achievement in the first game called achievement, where you got by going to the settings and turning on achievement.
Oh, that was pretty good. Dang, why'd they get rid of that?
What? I just want to make sure that I'm working smoothly. Well, I assume they now have better, by which I mean worse, achievements. So, let's begin again. The end is never the end. The end is never the end. Is never the end. The end.
The end
is
is
never the
loading.
end.
Also, Echo asks we're getting Go Outside. I don't remember what.
Go Outside was another infamous achievement where you had to not play the Stanley Parable for 5 years. I do know about that one for this game because there's an achievement called Go Outside Extreme or something where you need to be out. You need to not play the game for a decade.
Number 427. Employee number 427's job was simple. He sat at his desk in
Imagine how many people are going to have played this game and die before that achievement is able to be
came to him
unlocked.
through a monitor on his desk, telling him what buttons to push,
Skill issue.
how long to push,
Skillish!
and in what order. This is what employee 427 did every day of every month of every year. And although others might
Graphics have definitely been updated.
That's why it
Stanley
came out in
relished
97.
every moment that the orders came.
Yes, Echo. Yes,
Though
that
he'd
is.
been made exactly for this job. And Stanley was happy. And then one day, something very peculiar happened. Something that would forever change Stanley. Something he would never quite forget. He had been at his desk for nearly an hour when he realized that not one single order had arrived on the monitor for him to follow. No one had showed up to give him instructions, call a meeting, or even say hi. Never in all his years at the company had this
God, this
happened.
narrator has
This
such a good voice.
complete
Yeah,
isolation.
it's so good.
Something was very clearly wrong. Shocked, frozen solid, Stanley found himself unable to move for the longest time. But as he came to his wits and regained his senses, he got up from his desk and stepped out of his office.
Yeah, can we go to room 420 and get the weed ending?
Hold on. I want to put something up to a vote real quick. Okay. Go over to Streamlabs. Because I don't use my votes enough. Where the fuck is my Streamlabs tab? I know you're up there. I guess you're not. Streamlabs. Okay, log in.
Hey, Biogamer, a 119-year-old person just died. So you can be an adult, play this game, and get a 100-year achievement.
Yes. Okay, Cloudbot,
But
and...
you probably have to be like an Asian woman. Because I think... Is it mostly... I know it's mostly women who live above 100. Is it also mostly Asian women? Because I feel like I mostly see them being Asian women, but I don't know if that's true or not.
And no. Okay. Poll added, and start poll. Please vote on the illegible poll that I still have not fixed the font for. The options are, of course, the question is, of course, should I check the achievements? Or should I, for at least for now, go in blind?
I get 2 votes because I get the one that I'm typing and also the one that I say as your beloved, which is no.
Alright. At least for
At
now.
least for now.
At least for now, because, like, back in the original game, there were some that you could only really know by looking them up, because there are stupid things like, click on door fucking 438 10 times. Or, the unachievable achievement, which is infamously an achievement that you cannot get. Because it required you to press... People eventually found out what you needed to do. It needed you to press basically 4 random keys on your keyboard at the exact same time. The only way to get it was to bind all those keys to a single key, and then press that key. In a game that won't let you cheat. Because if you try to cheat, you get sent to the serious room. Which I'm very curious about going to, but we're not going to that yet, because we have
serious room.
Things to do first. So, since we have quite a few votes now, I assume, by which I mean none. I guess...
Yeah, it's not working.
Okay. Cloudbot decides to not be in our thing. Let's resume. And let's get the earliest ending you can possibly get in this game.
But Stanley simply couldn't handle the pressure. What if he had to make a decision? What if a crucial outcome fell under his responsibility? He had never been trained for that. No.
It asks
This
me the
couldn't
time
go
and then
anywhere
puts the
except
clock at the wrong time.
Now, Stanley thought to himself, is to wait. Nothing will hurt me. Nothing will break me. In here I can be happy.
This room has
forever.
2 fluorescent lights
be
and a lamp.
Stanley waited.
The lamp's over
Hours
here.
passed, then days. Had years gone by? He no longer had the ability to tell. But the one thing he knew for sure, beyond any doubt, was that if he waited long enough, the answers would come. Eventually, someday, they would arrive. Soon, very soon now, this will end. He will be spoken to. He will be told what to do. Now it's just a little bit closer.
This is how Amazon
Now
wants
it's
its
even
employees
closer.
to react to any situation.
Here it comes.
The end is never the end is never the end is never the end. So yes, that was the first possible ending you can get for this game. So, let's check some things real quick.
Alright, that's the stream. Go ahead.
I want to know the controls real quick. Simple. Forward, back, left, right. Jump is space...
Yeah, maybe the game was just curious about the time.
I'm sorry.
But
Jump is space. Infamously, another thing that was infamous in of the achievements in Stanley Parable 1 is that if you press the spacebar, you get an achievement called "You Can't Jump," because there's no jumping. You still can't jump. But they're sensing the
But if
controls.
you could, though, it would be space.
Wait.
Just wait till you get to the trampoline minigame. Cool.
Interesting.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers.
Let's go for this achievement real quick. This ending real quick.
Oh yeah. I remember
At
this.
first, Stanley assumed he'd broken the map until he heard this narration and realized it was part of the game's design all along. He then praised the game for its insightful and witty commentary into the nature of video game structure and its examination of structural narrative tropes. So, now that you're here, what do you think? Isn't this a fun and unique place to be? Why don't we take a minute just to drink it all in? Okay, I'm over it now. What do you think? Are you sick of this gag yet?
Are you sick of this guy?
Okay, are you sick of this gag? No, because I got win here.
Ah, then in that case we'll continue. But now,
Are
here
you
comes
ready?
the real question. What do you think would have happened if you had told me that you wanted this to stop? Do you think
Ready
it would
for
have been
all of the
particularly
nonsense this game is
different?
doing. Look how high
Would I have
quality the
taken same
dialogue
idea,
is.
but rephrased it superficially to fit that answer? Perhaps you never would even have thought of it if I hadn't brought up the issue in the first place. Oh, now think about it. Will it be worth it for you to restart and then come back
Yes.
here just to do
I
the
will.
other option?
You know I'm
Clearly,
going
this
to.
whole gag takes some time. What if the other option is even longer? How long
The
would
other
you spend
option
in
is
total
better.
just to have heard all the narration? Oh, and this is rich. Perhaps you've just played the other option, and now you've come to see what happens in this one. So,
Narrator
what do you
was the
think?
original Sans
Which
on the
choice
top.
was the better one? Imagine if you had selected continue on your first playthrough, how tantalizing it would be not knowing what happens when you pick the other option. Indeed, you are one of the lucky ones. Though if the other option is really miserable to listen to, then perhaps you're not. In fact, I'm just going to say that no one who's listening to this is lucky. Well now, I've built up the other option so much that I'm going to stop talking and leave you to your decision whether to come back here, continue with the game, or just sit in this spot forever and ever. Cheers.
Begin the game again.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean?
Oh, so now
Stanley
you click
decided to
X
go to the
onto your
meeting room.
keyboard.
Perhaps he had simply missed a
yeah.
memo. No
Whenever
matter
you
how hard
click,
Stanley
you
looked,
makes
he
keyboard
couldn't find
sounds.
a trace of his co-workers. Stanley
That's
went
coming
around
direct
touching
from the
every
microphone.
little thing in the office, but it didn't make a single difference, nor did it advance the story in any way. At first, Stanley assumed he'd broken the map until he heard this narration and realized it was part of the game's design all along. He then praised the game for its insightful and witty commentary into the nature of video game structure and its examination of structural narrative tropes. So, now that you're here, what do you think? Isn't this a fun and unique place to be? Why don't we take a minute just to drink it all in? Okay, I'm over it now. What do you think? Are you sick of this gag yet? Well, I don't know how to say this politely, but you could literally just hit escape and restart the game any old time you want. Like, right now.
I
You could have
could.
done it just then. Now would also be an appropriate time to quit. Any of these points and so many, many more, all of them are appropriate. I'm enjoying what seems to be an internal conflict going on where you are literally unable to act on your own desires to restart the game. So, just to push the envelope, I'm going to try and make this as miserable as possible and see how long you can maintain.
There once was a man named Stanley, who people considered so manly. But truth must be told, he was not very old, and was quite particularly gangly.
What
Stanley, like most, was buttons. He pushed them like some kind of glutton. He did it all day in a meaningful way, but his brain had long ceased to function.
which is
Which
why
he is in this parable,
and
then lives an existence quite terrible.
And
if you are strong and keep playing along, you too will become quite unbearable. Yes.
Is that how
You
you
too
how you are?
will become
Because you played
quite
this game?
unbearable. You think I'm unbearable?
You are sometimes purposefully unbearable.
Begin the game, yeah.
You're not unintentionally unbearable.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers. Stanley went around touching every little thing in the office, but it didn't make a single difference, nor did it advance the story in any way.
I'm imagining every time I hear that click-clack sound, I'm imagining Stanley just like throwing his arms forward, slapping them up and down onto whatever object is in front of him.
It's like that one animation from Bricadia. Just the wabbling arms. Also, let's try to get this achievement.
Oh, please. Are you really just doing this for the achievement? Click a door 5 times. Is that all that you think an achievement is worth? No. I can't just give these merits away for such little effort.
So this, I
a
assume, is
measly
no.
5 clicks. Now, suppose you were to click the door 20 times. I would say that's the kind of effort that warrants recognition.
Or wait, is this new or was it always like this?
It's always like this.
Oh,
1, 2,
okay.
3, 4, 5, 6, 7,
The
8,
achievement
9,
says
10,
5,
11,
but then you have to do it
14, 15, 16, 17, 18.
I have to say, I'm still not feeling the satisfaction of witnessing true effort
Macro,
for a noble
what did I say?
cause. Perhaps 50 clicks will do it. Yes, almost certainly 50 clicks.
Well, text says, I love you. This is Avery's response to that.
No, I'm still not feeling it. I want this achievement to have meant something. It has to be a true reward for valiant effort. I want to see some hustle, Stanley. I want to see commitment, a willingness to go all the way, no matter what the cost. Why don't you go put 20 clicks into door number 417?
So there is a door 420. You'll have to try to get in there later.
Solid Bater.
Is there an Oh, I got input. How do you get to 417?
No, it is this way and then to the left.
Oh.
Oh, great. Now, go click a few times on door 437.
I said Avery was unbearable when they choose to be unbearable.
Excellent.
was stronger,
I think we're
perhaps
getting
that would
somewhere.
not be the
Now,
case,
door
but-
415. Let's give it 10 clicks or so.
They are capable of getting under my skin when they try.
Now, back to door number 437.
Do I have permission to time out Shaq for calling me a stinky baby loser?
No! That was deserved and right!
Well, you know I don't think you're unbearable, Avery,
Let's
right?
see. How about you click on, well, I don't know, the copy machine. All right, back to room 417. I'm really feeling it now. I think we're getting somewhere.
Avery!
Hi!
Okay, now go climb on employee 419's
I mean, if
desk.
you want to have lower self-esteem, I guess I'll let you have it. I don't know what this bit
Yes,
is right now.
this is great. You're putting it all on the line, Stanley. I like that. All right, let's keep it up. Go give me a few clicks on door 416. We've almost got it. Now the copy machine. Do that one again.
He's really edging up there.
Finish it off, Stanley. 5 clicks on door 430. Yes! We did it! Oh, wow. That felt amazing. Oh, you really earned it, Stanley. Nothing could hold you back. Yes, I'm very proud of how far we've come today. Just think, only a few minutes ago you believed an achievement was worth 5 little clicks. Really now, what were you thinking?
You don't even get an achievement for that. Fantastic. Oh, you can see a little graphical arrow down the corner there.
Oh, you don't get an achievement for that? Are there no achievements in this version?
I'm almost certain there are achievements.
Avery's voice has gone higher than that. Did you get an achievement just now?
No.
That's weird. Check.
I'm opening up Steam real quick.
Yeah.
I don't actually see achievements.
I'm gonna take a look see here.
I hate Mondays.
It has the Steam Achievements tag, or like the little thingy on the store page, like as a advertising thing. No, it says it includes 11 Steam Achievements.
Are you looking at Ultra Deluxe?
Yes. I see the click on door for 35 times achievement. If you like hit Shift Tab, it should show you like the achievements at towards the middle bottom of your screen, and you can see whether or not you have it.
I see nothing. There's no achievements tab. I see friends, news, guides, screenshot, community hub, and discussion.
Really? Well, it's not a... Can you like share your overall monitor to me for a second so I can look at that?
Sure can.
Also, Echo wants to know if you can settle a bet for them.
I could try my best.
Alright, go into that game. Shift tab. Yeah. Weird. Maybe you have to enable achievements somehow? I don't know.
Is there an achievement for turning on achievements?
I mean, I can just check. It doesn't look like it. No, there's 11 achievements and none of them are like that. I do see the super don't go out, or the super go outside.
I just saw a really good achievement real quick. I looked at the achievements. So,
yeah, none of these are really like spoilers anyway.
I'm just gonna adjust everything.
Settings, world champion. But you haven't gotten any achievements yet, though. So how do you know if this is even gonna work?
We'll see.
Oh, can you switch it back to the normal screen share for me?
Of course, Mako. Anything for you.
They hid the achievements, you gotta find them? Is this true?
I would not put it past them.
I mean, if that is true, I don't know why you're bothering with this now, because you might just have to unlock them later. before it counts any of them. Okay, Avery, hit cancel. Hit cancel. Go back. Just no, cancel that. Now disable this, and then you should see the game thing pop up. You see that? There you go.
Okay.
I can't see again. I can't see again because it's loading infinitely.
How about now?
See again.
Okay.
Can you click to make sure there's audio for me? Okay, yeah.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Since this is the first run, let's appease.
Also, Echo asked you which homosexual would have the fattest ass.
Which homosexual is the fattest? A Briska.
This is true. That's
Speaking of
what spiders are
Homestuck.
shaped like.
This is Vriska's room.
What do you mean canonically has no ass? Did Hussey confirm this somewhere? What are you talking about?
Yet there was not a single person here either.
The table has glass in it
Wave
now.
of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there.
Have you guys ever seen a spider? Have you seen what their bodies are shaped like? I rest my case.
Vriska has no tits and a massive ass. This is a thing everybody knows. I popped up onto the chair for like half a second. Ooh. I could have sworn I popped up on the chair.
Did she have no ass in that pic? I thought the whole thing was just the tits were the focus of the picture. Like, he was saying it was canon that she had tits. But also...
This page contains no information.
Homestuck as a whole is an exercise in death of the author.
Average
More-
employee
More so
pension
than any
plan.
medium I've ever seen.
Standard employee salary. Puppy dog salary. Primary manager salary. Why are all the salaries tanking?
Not the puppy dog salary.
Please do not steal. I want a cup that says, please do not steal. Just not getting fired. Toddlers, do unbelievably amazing work all the time, every day with no expectation of promotion or recognition. Don't get fired. How to solve a dispute with a coworker. Let it ball up inside you, take it out passive-aggressively on other coworkers, resent coworkers for not supporting you more. Using slides to assure employee that everything is okay. Make sure your slide has a slick blue graphic in the header and throw some bevel on all the text. This will ensure a calm and productive work environment. Everyone is unique. You most of all. Mako, you're most unique. Number of slides in this slide. Slides, charts, charts, and slides. Rate at which charts on the same slide depict the same information. Rates of increase in graphs per slide. Please no more charts, please no big steps. The boss appreciation minute. On your boss appreciation minute, the worksheet, circle the top 20 things you love most about your boss. Fill out the triplicate and return to your boss appreciation specialist. Solving interpersonal conflict. If you ever find yourself in a conflict with another diligent employee, like yourself, but more inclined toward conflict, unless you're the kind of person who initiates conflict, why did we hire you? Remember that it takes 2 people to What are your dreams for the future? Talk radio, mitosis, a boat, charts, plant life, football,
Mitosis.
transcend, travel, metamorphosis, clear skin, spring break, hope,
Football.
less air, comatose. Okay, I think we're living now.
My dream is mitosis.
What do people want? Things? Happy feelings? Violet James, you're fired. Money. More money? Things, but with money to buy more things? Graphs. Graphs about things plus money. We have our new product. Business Letters and Co. Facts.
Redesign your logo. We know what we're doing.
The stock market is somewhere here.
Calculation. Put it into action.
Target demographic, teenagers. What is hot? Probably shouldn't write that. Stripes. Requires more secondary research. Colored in segment. And then a wedge that is pie. For the record, no it isn't. Pi is half of a circle. Profits, 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 profits? Profits, profits. Bi-quarterly post-review review. We need more/less reviews. 402 plus 405 want to get rid of the death sport portion in the primary review schedule. But I think that's a stupid idea. More water coolers. More water cooler heaters. Charts need to be more hip to appeal to teenage demographic. Find teenagers to put in teenage demographic? Big net? Some sort of child trap?
Redesign your logo. We know how to do it. Make the calculations. Put them into action. We will find the angle, starting with convention, on to innovation. Everything's connected.
Teenagers. Size of demographic something something. A lot of percent. Space between the teenagers. Throw something in the ideas bin. 10. No more bins. Trash cans. Renaming of the idea bin. Firing of me.
Firing of me.
Meeting room. Rip Franz. Do not alter without consulting whiteboard manager. Okay. Monday. Weekly targets admin. Marketing Mondays. Nothing.
Alright, I'll be right back.
451's private time. Group 40X. Group 45X. This box is too small. Tuesday. Nothing. Termination Tuesdays. Office efficiency. Legal. Group 4X. Group 460X. Nothing. Wednesday. IT department. We're broke Wednesdays. Financial panic meeting. Boss's inspection. X. Group 420X. Group 470X. 8bird. Thursday. X. Mergers. X. Ideas in development. X. Group 3X. 430X. Group 480X. Pre-review of weekly review. Friday. Weekly review. Pranking Floor 5 meeting. What to do about 432? Don't tell 432 about the meeting. Group 44X. Group 49X. Office party. Yeah. Nice. Targets. Push for funding of research and development of new coffee machine. Standardized graphs 40 times wide. Not cost efficient. Get Chris out of the broom closet. Ongoing. Synergize papers. No. Hire someone to synergize papers. Papers are too synergized. Fire paper guy. Hire somebody to fire the paper synergizing guy. Who moved my desk? Please keep the targets on the topic of... The future was yesterday. Tomorrow is now. What the fuck does that mean? What do you mean? The future was yesterday. Tomorrow is now. Tomorrow, complete today's unfinished agenda items. Write next day's agenda. Reflect. Synergize core value expenditures. Shift global market paradigm. Monetize free-to-play. Pie charts. Help! I'm a post-it! Quarterly pie chart profits. Better safe than profits. Business club. Rule run. Trespassers are not... I can't even read that.
Stanley stepped into the broom closet, but there was nothing here, so he turned around and got back on track. There was nothing here. No choice to make, no path to follow, just an empty broom closet. No reason to still be here.
Yep.
It was baffling that Stanley was still just sitting in the broom closet. He wasn't even doing anything. At least if there was something to interact with, he'd be justified in some way. As it is, he's literally just standing there doing sweet FA.
Sweet Fanny Ann.
Are you really still in the broom closet? Standing around doing nothing? Why? Please offer me some explanation here. I'm genuinely confused. You do realize there's no choice or anything in here, right? If I'd said Stanley walked past the broom closet, at least you would have had a reason for exploring it to find out. But it didn't even occur to me because literally this closet is of absolutely no significance to the story whatsoever. I never would have thought to mention it. Maybe to you this is somehow its own branching path. Maybe when
Why
you
is
go
that
talk
glowing
about
red?
this with your friends, you'll say, "Oh, did you get the broom closet ending? The broom closet ending was my favourite." I hope your friends find this concerning.
Do you guys see that? But this one's glowing red for some reason. Huh.
Stanley was fat and ugly and really, really stupid. He probably only got the job because of a family connection. That's how stupid he is. That or with drug money. Also, Stanley is addicted to drugs and hookers.
I'm not addicted to drugs and hookers.
I'm back where I missed.
I'm addicted
Well,
to
I've
drugs
come
and
to a very
hookers.
definite conclusion about what's going on right now. You're dead. You got to this broom closet, explored it a bit, and were just about to leave because there's nothing
watch that
here
later.
when a physical malady of some sort shut down your central nervous system and you collapsed on the keyboard.
The broom closet
Well, in a
ending.
situation
This
like this,
pliers
the
is glowing.
responsible thing is to alert someone nearby so as to ensure that your body is taken care of before it begins to decompose. Hello? Anyone who happens to be
Before it
nearby?
begins to
The person at this computer is dead. They have fallen prey to any number of your countless human physiological vulnerabilities. It's indicative of the
Wait, is the narrator
long-term
not human?
sustainability of your species.
No, they're a
Please
narrator.
remove their corpse from the area.
That's a different
And
species.
instruct another human to take their place, making sure they understand basic first-person video game mechanics and filling them in on the history of narrative tropes in video gaming, so that the irony and insightful commentary of this game is not lost
I
on
can
them.
very easily see how some
All
people
right.
would
When
fucking
you've done that,
despise
just
this
step out
game,
into the hallway.
but I love it.
Ah, second player. It's good to have you on board. I guarantee you can't do any worse than the person who came before you.
Do you think anyone's actually died
You
in the
too.
broom closet in this game?
Unbelievable. I'm at the mercy of an entire
It's
species
statistically
of
possible.
invalids. Perhaps there's a monkey nearby you can hand the controls to. A fish? Fungus? Look, you can hammer out
Definitely
the
fishing.
details. I'm not particularly picky. I'll just be waiting for when you're ready to pick up the story again.
Honestly, Fungus could probably do it. Fungus can get pretty smart.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
I've got the feeling money's for stealing, but not yours, of course. Say, that's a lovely purse. Extreme bathrooms! Path guy testifies in the trial of the century. Tired of getting ash on your porcelain? Faucets, pipes, offshoots? Time!
That it is. Non-reflective video game mirror?
Not allowed to look at yourself. Okay, let's turn our field of view back to something reasonable. I don't like that the molding ends just before the door. Allow me to rotate their toilet paper upside down. The beige pages. Not.
The pages.
Business times. Are hostile takeovers the new biannual percentage? Business strategy. Mako, is this your business strategy? Do you love shooting pandas? Indoors monthly. Help, I can't find my cat. Could he be indoors? What wallpaper should I put in my kitchen? Graphs. How to make graphs quickly. How to be good at quarterly percentile. Can you say things without putting them in graphs? No. Pages are glowing.
Oh, wait, did you not get the broom closet ending?
Broom closet ending isn't a thing.
Oh.
The joke is that there's a broom closet ending. Like, there was the pliers in the closet that were glowing red. These are glowing blue. I'm wondering if there's something I should be doing with them. Or if it's just a lighting effect. Like, that's suspicious, isn't it?
They may have just cranked up the emission a bit too high in Unity? I don't know. Wait, is this Unity or Source?
Source. This game is made in the Source engine.
I figured the original was this one as well.
Yes, I believe so.
No Ultra Deluxe is Unity? Was it a Portal mod?
It was originally a mod. It was not for Portal. I believe it was a Half-Life mod, though.
If I was high playing this game, I would be in this elevator for like 10 fucking minutes before I realized anything was wrong.
Okay, cool.
Like, I was in there for... I didn't realize anything was wrong until basically just then.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Shocked, unraveled, Stanley wondered in disbelief who orchestrated this, what dark secret was being held from him. What he could not have known was that the keypad behind the boss's desk guarded the terrible truth that his boss had been keeping from him, and so the boss had assigned it an extra secret PIN number, 2845. But of course, Stanley couldn't possibly have known this.
Are you going like the intended route right now?
Yes.
Hi, Liz.
Stanley just sat around twiddling his thumbs. Trying to input anything on the device was useless, since he could never possibly know that the combination was 2845.
8.
284. Yet incredibly, by simply pushing random buttons on the keypad, Stanley happened to input the correct code by sheer luck. Amazing. He stepped into the newly opened passageway.
Okay, how scrunkly are you feeling today?
Pretty fucking strongly right now.
Cool. You're small and scrunchable. I could put body soap on you and wash myself in the shower with your body.
I am absorbent.
Descending deeper into the building, Stanley realized he felt a bit peculiar. It was a stirring of emotion in his chest, as though he felt more free to think for himself, to question the nature of his job. Why did he feel this now, when for years it had never occurred to him? This question would not go unanswered for long.
Steppy, steppy, steppy. Big
Stanley
reveal!
walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility.
My uncle. I did speak that echo, yes.
The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secrets
There's
did this
spoiler
place
bridge.
hold? Stanley thought to himself. Did he have the strength to find out?
Spoiler Ridge?
The spoiler bridge. In an alternate ending, you wind up there, spoilered.
Now the monitors jumped to life, their true nature revealed. Each bore the number of an employee in the building, Stanley's co-workers. The lives of so many individuals reduced to images on a screen, and Stanley, one of them, eternally monitored in this place where freedom meant nothing.
427. There's ours. Oh look, there's that logo. Where's 420? Up there. Show me the weed! Nice. One second.
Why you reset Mackle out? Are they? Wait.
What's up, gamers? It's me
They were
again.
blocking me entirely.
Potato. That's new.
Wait, what happened?
I climbed on the chair.
Oh.
Well,
Uh-oh. Wow, what a broken game.
Aha! You've made it to the bottom of the mind control facility. Welcome! You see, back when the Stanley Parable first launched in 2013, getting to the bottom of the mind control facility was a bug that we simply didn't catch during development. And you all sent us lots of photos of it on Twitter and acted very superior about it. And you're all very, very clever. Good for you. Anyway, when it came time to update the game, we knew that we had to do something about this little goof of ours, so here you go. New content. You can call it the bottom of the mind control room ending, if that enhances your perception of the value of these updates. Isn't that what you crave? New content? Always more content, more content, more.
More
And
content.
I'm here to give it to you. I'm here to make it seem like we really covered every nook and cranny of the game with secrets and Easter eggs. How about this? We wrote a new piece of music just for this section. You won't hear it anywhere else in the game. It's a secret that's just for you. That's how special you are.
You're so special.
We call this track, Good Job You've Made It to the Bottom of the Mind Control Facility. Well done.
Good job, you did it. Good job. 3, 2, 1. Good job, you made it to the bottom of the mind control facility. You jumped on the
That's like
catwalk.
some Boingo shit.
Should have been careful, you should have been careful. It used to be a bug, but now it's an ending, now it's an ending. I believe in you, I believe in your ability to cross this barrier and chase your dreams. But railings don't mean anything. Good job, you did it. Good job, you did it.
What?
Good job, you did it.
Didn't know about
Good
this.
job,
Finding
you
new
did it.
content.
Good job, you did it. 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 Good job, you did it.
Am I like kind of quiet compared to the rest of your desktop audio, by the way? Because it seems like I'm pretty quiet compared to the game.
Yeah, you're speaking
Just a
kind of
bit.
softly.
I am like right next to my microphone. I'm speaking normally.
Let me turn you up.
Yeah, like, I was a little quiet for you too, right? Not just for the stream. Okay. Let me see how that sounds now.
All of his co-workers...
Oh, that
were
you
gone.
turned me up like
What
way
did it
too
mean?
much.
Stanley decided
What did you go from N2?
Went from like 80 to
to
100.
go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had
90.
simply missed a memo. No matter how hard Stanley looked,
Okay.
he couldn't find a trace of his
that's good.
co-workers.
I think this is good. Yeah, that's fine.
So, we already got a new ending.
Indeed.
Back when this game first
Stanley
came out,
to a
the
set of
original
two
one,
open doors. He entered the door on his left.
there was a rumor that you could very, very rarely see someone else walking
Yet there
through
was
those
not
windows.
a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided
ya?
to go up to his boss's office,
I
hoping
don't
he might
recall if
find
it was
an
a
answer
shirt or not.
there. Oh no, no, not again. I won't be part of this. I'm not going to encourage you. I'm not going to say anything at all. I'm just going to be patient and wait for you to finish whatever it is you enjoy doing so much in this room. Please take your time.
This really was like the original Undertale, huh?
Yep.
And I'm sure there's another game that was the original Stanley Parable that I'm forgetting or never heard of. So wait, if there's no broom closet ending, where does the phrase broom closet ending come from?
Because the narrator will say, one time when you're in here, I hope that you are... Do you think that you're gonna go up to your friends and be like, oh, I love the broom closet ending? The
Oh.
broom closet ending is my favorite! Written in, like, weird caps, pink, bold text in the subtitles. Hope your friends find this concerning.
Who is the sans of this game? The narrator. I already
Coming
said
to a
that.
staircase, Stanley walked
The sans of this
upstairs to
game
his
is the
boss's
woman in the
office.
gallery ending.
I don't remember that.
To be rich, is it a crime? To commit crimes, isn't it rich? What a life it would be to have to pick just one.
It's different.
Yeah, we got bathroom poetry, I guess.
What's the gallery ending?
Going through the escape path.
Oh.
It's interesting that you could just open these doors now, because originally it was just a random chance door to open.
Stepping
Well,
into his
there's-
manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. What could it mean? Stanley wondered aloud to
What could it
nobody.
mean?
He began wildly tearing through papers on the boss's desk, pulling books off the shelf, looking behind paintings, desperate for clues to his situation. but his attention was caught by a keypad behind the boss's desk. What could its purpose be? In fact, this keypad guarded the terrible secret that lay buried below his feet, and so the boss had assigned it an extra secret PIN number, 2845. But of course, Stanley couldn't possibly have known this.
Liz wants to know how much Mako
Yet
Munch
incredibly, by simply pushing
we
random
have both
buttons
eaten
on the
today.
keypad,
I have not
Stanley
eaten any.
happened to input the correct code by sheer luck. Amazing. He stepped into the newly opened passageway.
Mako loves Mako Munch. It's like a Scooby snack.
What would it be? What is Mako Munch?
It is a cereal that is 1,000 calories per piece, and it contains microplastics and estrogen.
Stanley walked straight ahead through
Oh,
the
no.
large door that read Mind Control Facility.
Now that we're not getting distracted by alternate endings, time to progress
that-
normally.
No, that's the thing to clip and upload to Twitter, which I still need to teach you how to
The
do
lights rose on an
properly in the
enormous
other
room
one.
packed with television screens.
Oh yeah, I could press
What horrible
scroll
secret
lock?
did this place hold?
Shift
Stanley
scroll
thought
lock?
to himself.
Control
did he
scroll
have the
lock.
strength to find
Scroll
out?
lock. Shift
Check your
scroll
settings,
lock.
no BS.
Control Shift scroll lock. Alt scroll lock.
You're not
Control,
gonna know
Alt,
if
scroll
you hit
lock.
it, if you hit
Alt
the right
Shift
one or
scroll
not.
lock. Control Shift Alt scroll lock. Well, now I know one of them worked.
Well,
I'm keeping that in the buffer as well, so that I can have that as part of it.
Okay.
Now
See,
the
they'll think it's a
monsters
joke
come
now.
forth,
They'll think
their
it's
true
me
nature.
being
Check
funny.
your hotkeys
Each
in
bore the
OBS. You had to set to pause break.
Yes, but then I stopped that because of the one game where pause break was actually used.
Yeah, and then you set it to scroll lock because you are not perturbed by a light sometimes being permanently on your keyboard for some reason. Somehow. Be sure to use soy milk with your estrogenized cereal. I drink it separately.
Of an employee in the building, Stanley's co-workers, the lives of so many individuals.
Wait. Does it pause whenever I'm not looking at it?
Reduced to images on a screen.
Yeah, cool! That's really convenient! I love it when games do that!
Eternally monitored in
To make sure I'm not
space.
missing anything, if I ever tab out, it pauses everything in the middle of it.
Soy milk, why not boy milk?
I love boy milk.
This mind control facility, it was too horrible to believe. It couldn't be true. Had Stanley really been under someone's control all this time? Was this the only reason he was happy with his boring job? That his emotions had been manipulated to accept it blindly? No. He refused to believe it. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control? Never! It was
Boy
unthinkable.
milk is not chunky.
Wasn't it? Was it even possible? Had he truly
Depends on the
spent
boy.
his entire life utterly blind to the world?
My boy milk is entirely devoid of chunks, I can promise you.
Some boys got that spunk gunk.
But here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions. Happy, or sad, or content. Walking, eating, working. All of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its terrible power over another human life. For he would dismantle the controls once and for all. And when at last he found the source of the room's power, he knew it was his duty, his obligation, to put an end to this horrible place and to everything it stood for.
I'll be consuming gummy sharks now.
Blackness
And a
and a
chilling
rising
rise
chill
of
of
uncertainty.
uncertainty. Was it over?
You said that opposite.
Arr.
Yes. He had won. He had defeated the machine, unshackled himself from someone else's command. Freedom was mere moments away. And yet, even as the immense door slowly opened, Stanley reflected on how many puzzles still lay unsolved. Where had his co-workers gone? How had he been freed from the machine's
They are
grasp?
blue sharks. They are
What other
blue
mysteries did this strange building hold? But as sunlight streamed into the chamber, he realized none of this mattered to him, for it was not knowledge or even power that he had been seeking, but happiness. Perhaps his goal had not been to understand, but to let go. No longer would anyone tell him where to go, what to do, or how to feel. Whatever life he lives, it will be his. And that was all he needed to know. It was perhaps the only thing worth knowing. Stanley stepped through the open door.
Look at these graphics. But what if you turn around? I thought that would have done something.
Get up on this chair. There's a very distant bridge over there. Very Dark Soulsian walls.
There are chests.
Stanley felt the cool breeze upon his skin, the feeling of liberation, the immense possibility of the new path
So
before
that Joel have her Elden Ring
This was
video.
exactly the way, right now,
No one could hop over
that
that.
things were meant to happen. And Stanley was happy.
This game is so good. Because, like, that's the expected ending. That is what the narrator wanted. Where you free yourself from mind control in the narrative of it, but in the game itself, you did nothing but listen to
Stanley
instructions.
had never seen the office this brightly lit. Was it a sign of something? He hoped it was. He hoped very much that it was.
Was it always this brightly lit?
All the screens say the end is never the end is never the end.
I feel like it did that before. I don't remember for sure.
They do randomly say, like, various things sometimes. The end is never the end is never the end. This one's
Let's
already
ask
off.
Avery, how spoiled am I getting from watching you stream Stanley? That's like
Probably.
asking. That's like asking how spoiled am I to. I mean, you're gonna see what you're seeing. Like, you've been watching this from basically the beginning, I think. Either you play it yourself, or you watch Avery play it, or you don't.
So far, I have only spoiled one ending. Everything else was in the original game.
If you want to see the funny femboy in NB, then...
When Stanley came to a
Yes.
set of two open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Okay, let's try to go from one of the other routes over here. I'm very curious why why all the computers said the end is never the end is never the end.
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there.
I fucking love this game.
Go back on your rails. No deviations allowed. I'm a map hack man. Living in a level.
Coming to a
the world
staircase,
everywhere
Stanley
I
walked
go.
upstairs to his boss's
I don't
office.
know where I am.
Because the boss knows what the boss says goes. If the boss has suffered losses, then that's what the boss chose. And click.
Tesla stock been going down.
The moment he entered his manager's office, Stanley froze in his tracks. Not a living soul anywhere. Could he really be all alone? This was too much for Stanley to take. Too much for any man to take. He fell to his knees, bursting into half moans, half sobs, the guttural retching of life from a man denied any hope, any reason to keep going. Here on the floor, he lay prone, paralyzed by fear for nearly a full hour. But when at last he began
nice
to
that
move
they
about and
change
survey
them
the
every time.
situation, he found a keypad behind the boss's desk. What could it mean? Was it a sign of hope for Stanley's future?
I saw your...
Alas, it was not. For although this keypad guarded the terrible secret of Stanley's past, it had been assigned a 4-digit code so devious and so random that no man could ever hope to guess it. 2845.
Yeah, I guess the circle in the middle indicates that
Nearly
there's something nearby you
impossible to
could
guess
click on.
Ever.
What happens if you put 1337? A shame.
Stanley just sat around twiddling his thumbs. Trying to input anything on the device was useless, since he could never possibly know that the combination was 2845.
Liz said it right as I said it. You think Elon Musk is just like a Fallout player character?
Yet incredibly, by simply pushing random buttons on the keypad, Stanley happened to input the correct code by sheer luck.
Like, not someone who's necessarily
He stepped into the newly
morally
opened
good or
passageway.
necessarily morally evil, but they can be either, and they have the power to do whatever the fuck they want.
Chaotic neutral?
Like buying Twitter and having their stocks plummet at the same time.
Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility. The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley thought to himself. Did he have the strength to find out?
Faster, Stanley, let's show some hustle.
It's not a 6 playthrough's gonna get all the endings.
Now the monitors jumped to life, their true nature revealed. Each bore the number of an employee in the building, Stanley's co-workers.
I hope
The
this game
lives
added
of
emotion
so many
booths.
individuals reduced to images on a screen, and Stanley, one of them, eternally monitored in this place where freedom meant nothing.
Okay, we'll go over the end here. And we'll go back.
Do you think Elon Musk likes gummy sharks? Probably not. He's probably a loser like that.
This mind control facility, it was too horrible to believe. It couldn't be true. Had Stanley really been under someone's control all this time? Was this the only reason he was happy with his boring job? That his emotions had been manipulated to accept it blindly?
Seems quite abstract
No.
now that I think about
He
it.
refused to
Yes.
believe it. He couldn't
For
accept it.
what
His
it's
own
worth-
life
Pirate.
in someone else's control? Never.
Pirate.
It was unthinkable, wasn't it? Was it even possible?
I don't
Had he truly
consider this
spent
to be
his
like the
entire
pinnacle
life
of choice-based
utterly blind
gameplay.
to the
Like, of
world?
what the weight of a choice is. I still think Undertale handles the weight of a choice
The
a
heart
lot
of the
better,
operation
but I do love
controls
how this
labeled
game
with
handles
emotions.
the relationship between
Or
a
sad,
player in a
or
game,
content,
and how a
walking,
player is as
eating,
much a part
working,
of the
all
game
of it
as the
monitored and commanded
rest of it
from this
is.
very place.
It
And
is
as the
our
cold
actions
reality
and
of
the
his
narrator's
past
actions
began
to
sink
make a
in,
story.
Stanley
And if
decided that
neither
this
of us are
machinery
playing
would
along
never
properly,
again exert
it's not
its
going to
terrible
work.
power over another human life.
Let's get
For
the
he
ending most
would
people get on their
dismantle
first
the
time.
controls once and for
Turn it
all.
on, baby!
Oh, Stanley, you didn't just activate the controls, did you?
I feel like
After
most
they
people
kept
would
you
probably just
enslaved
go
all
out the
these
wrong
years, you
door
go and you
the
try to
first
take
time.
control of
True.
the machine for yourself. Is that what you wanted? Control?
Is that what you wanted? Control?
Stanley, I applaud your effort, I really do. But you need to understand, there's only so much that machine can do. You were supposed to let it go, turn the controls off, and leave. If you want to throw my story off track, you're going to have to do much better than that. I'm afraid you don't have nearly the power you think you do. For example, and I believe you'll find this pertinent, Stanley suddenly realized he had just initiated the network's emergency detonation system. In the event that this machine is activated without proper DNA identification, nuclear detonators are set to explode, eliminating the entire complex. How long
Yes, the
until
office
detonation then?
complex nuclear detonation.
Let's say, 2 minutes. Ah, now this is making things a little more fun, isn't it, Stanley? It's your time to shine. You are the star. It's your story now. Shape it to your heart's desires. Oh, this is much better than what I had in mind. What a shame we have so little time left to enjoy it. Mere moments until the bomb goes off. But what
Green
precious
5.
moments each one of them is. More time to talk about you, about me, where we're going, what all this means. I barely know where to start.
Fine.
What's that? You'd like to know where your co-workers are? A moment of solace before you're obliterated? All right, I'm in a good mood. You're gonna die anyway. I'll tell you exactly what happened to them. I erased them. I turned off the machine. I set you free. Of course, that was merely in this instance of the story. Sometimes when I tell it, I simply let you sit there in your office forever, pushing buttons endlessly and then dying alone. Other times, I let the office sink into the ground, swallowing everyone inside, or I let it burn to a crisp. I have to say this, though, this version of events has been rather amusing. Watching you try to make sense of everything and take back the control wrested away from you, it's quite rich. I almost hate to see it go. But I'm sure whatever I come up with on the next go-around will be even better. My goodness, only 34 seconds left. But I'm enjoying this so much. You know what? To hell with it. I'm going to put some extra time on the clock. Why not? These are precious additional
He's such a
seconds.
bastard.
Time doesn't grow on the trees. Oh dear me, what's the matter, Stanley? Is it that you have no idea where you're going or what you're supposed to be doing right now?
Never.
Or did you just assume when you saw that timer that something in this room was capable of turning it off? I mean, look at you. Running from button to button, screen to screen.
I love this
clicking
moment when I
on
first
every
played
little
it.
thing in this room.
I was like, shit,
These
what
numbered
button? What do the buttons mean?
These colored ones. Or maybe
Yep.
this big red button. Or this door. Everything, anything. Something here will save me. Why would you think that, Stanley? That this video game can be beaten? Won? Solved? Do you have any idea what your purpose in this place is? Stanley, you're in for quite a disappointment. But here's a spoiler for you. That timer isn't a catalyst to keep the action moving along. It's just seconds ticking away to your death. You're only still playing instead of watching a cutscene because I want to watch you for every moment that you're powerless. To see you made humble. This is not a challenge. It's a tragedy.
Screen
You wanted
glitches
to
sometimes.
control
That's
this
interesting.
world, that's fine. But I'm going to destroy it first, so you can't. Take a look at the clock, Stanley. That's 30 seconds you have left to struggle. 30 seconds until a big boom and then nothing. No ending here, just you being blown to pieces. Will you cling desperately to your frail life, or will you let it go peacefully? Another choice. Make it count, or don't. It's all the same to me, all a part of the joke. And believe me, I will be laughing at every second of your inevitable life from the moment we fade in until the moment I say, happily ever after.
Yeah. Because that ending shows that the narrator can do whatever the fuck they want. And that the reason that you don't have any coworkers is because That's not how the story goes!
He's just a writer.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers.
Receive thing builds up to.
Button ending.
Can you get in the room 420? Go to room 420! Smonk it.
Stanley went around touching every little thing in the office, but it didn't make a single difference, nor did it advance the story in any way.
That fucking plant model I'm very familiar with. I think I've been that in like Prop Hunt before. New content! New content! New content!
Well, I guess...
Oh, new content? What does that mean, new content?
No. Okay, new content.
New content. All this content? This is new.
The end is number, the end is number, the end is number, the end.
A loading screen. Off to Black Mesa.
I was thinking the exact same thing.
Hello, and thank you for playing the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe. As you may know, the Stanley Parable was a video game released in 2013 on home computers. After receiving critical and commercial success, it was expanded upon in 2022 with the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, a reimagining of the game for consoles and home computers. The Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe features exciting new content that broadens and expands the world of the Stanley Parable, delighting audiences the world over. Please, step inside and see what thrilling new adventures await in the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe.
Oh, well, this sounds delightful. I'm very excited to see the thrilling new Ultra Deluxe content.
Not even the narrator knows what this is. Almost sounds like FNAF, man. I need you to never speak again, Check.
Okay, so far it's an elevator. Nothing special yet, but I'm sure it's just the beginning of a mesmerizing adventure.
Yeah, adventure!
Is it broken? What's going on here? Should we be moving somewhere or... Oh, there we go. All right, finally, at long last, it's on to the new content. I've never been more ready. Let's do it. I have to say, initial impressions of Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, mostly tedious. It's as if Oh, let's see the content. Give me the content, Stanley.
Give me the content, Stanley. I love how much they use the word content.
Content. New content!
All right, let's see.
The jump circle!
The jump
36 jumps remaining!
You get to jump? No way. You're only allowed to jump. But you can only do it so many times. You're running out. Maybe you want to save some of those for later? Or you can do them all now if you want.
I'm sure I'll get them back. On one hand, I want to see what happens when I run out.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay, well. Listen, nothing in this world is free, Avery. What, you think they're made of money? How many fucking jumps you think they got in this? That shit doesn't come free.
It? Surely that's not all the new content. There has to be something else, right?
Just have it. Just gotta check. Gotta check. You always gotta check. In here. Okay, nothing.
Out the other way.
Holy fuck, perfect game, 10 out of 10.
Yumping.
Goodness, another elevator. Stanley, I have to say, initial impressions of this game are not positive. It's just elevators and jumping. Is this what passes for exciting new content? If this is new content, then I could just read you the whole dictionary. There's 20 hours of new content right there. Hell, I could count to 30 trillion. You could put that on the box. The Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, now with over 1,000 hours of new content. And if... Oh, wait. There's more. Very good. Yes. I knew there had to be something else. Let's see it. I'm ready for whatever it is.
The narrator himself being preemptively disappointed by the game.
Keep dry. Chair.
That's a Jer.
Thank you for enjoying the new
That's it?
content.
Oh, you've got to be kidding me. You see, Stanley,
It was just a
this
bunch
is what
of
happens
cheap
when
walk
greedy
cycles.
video game developers with no respect for their fan base rush a cheap expansion to market for no reason other than to make an easy dollar. And don't get me started on the level of craftsmanship that's gone into it. In fact, I'm looking right now at the game's achievements, and it's hard to believe one of them actually says, "Test achievement, please ignore." What quality assurance department signed off on this? I'm infuriated
I saw
and
that
I'm
one as the
offended,
purple
and
and black
I
checkerboard
intend to
symbol.
find these people on Twitter and hold them personally accountable. It's my fault, Stanley. I built up too much anticipation around the new content, I'm afraid. It could never have lived up to such expectations. If you're still with me, why don't we just reset the game, and we'll try to get back to what the Stanley Parable is really about. No frills, no gimmicks. Just you and me having a great time together like always. What do you say, friend?
The end is never the end, it's never the end, it's never the end, it's never the end, it's loading. Hell yeah, baby!
Oh. The Janley Parable. I thought it was all made of jeans for a second. It's not. It's just slightly different. Oh.
Seems
It's like you're
familiar.
really there.
It's like I'm really chair.
Psst! Stanley! Come over here! In the vent! I want to show you something!
Narrator's being a real pal on this new content.
That's
Oh,
kind of sus.
yeah.
Mug.
What does that say? I like work, I just hate my boss.
Someone has a smoking problem. Do
Oh, you don't want to see the cool surprise I made for you? Well, fine. You're a dork anyway, so who cares?
I just...
Oh, never mind. You're not a dork.
Okay, we're gonna go through the dork hole.
To the dark hall. Well, this is the non-dark hall.
Bum bum bum. Coffee nut. The end is never the end, is never the end.
V telling you how to play the game.
I always will listen to the narrator on the first playthrough, don't worry. Don't
Okay.
also
you
don't
remember
tell me
how
what to
cheap and
do.
unsatisfying the new Ultra Deluxe content turned out to be. Well, it got me thinking about the past and how much better the Stanley Parable used to be.
As if the game is
I
just
made
over now.
something special and tucked it away here where the game's developers won't find it.
Yeah?
Just our little secret. Take a look.
Where the game's developers won't find it. Wow.
Chair.
Are you about to exit into Limgrave?
Chairvery. Turns out there's an entire Dark Souls parody.
I call it the Memory Zone. It's where I've been storing all my favorite memories so I can relive the peak experiences of my life whenever I want. Experiences like the launch of the Stanley Parable on PC.
Stanley flinging his arms wildly.
The memory zone. Basket. Phone.
You put a baby in there.
Looks like TF2 over there.
Oh,
You
he
see,
says this
Stanley,
is something that
doesn't
can
the
be
memory
missed.
zone remind you of how wonderful
Metamagic
Stanley
right
Parable
here.
was before it was sullied with a cheap re-release? Remember back in October of 2013, when the game originally launched? Back then, video games had integrity. Back then, it all meant something.
2013, when Stanley Parable was released. The Stanley Parable store page. Memory, sweet memory. Don't forget the Stanley Parable.
Remember the Stanley Parable?
That's at the end of the game. There it is in the game. National Giver Cargo Operations Manual. Your comprehensive resource for using the cargo lift. What is on the National Geographic logo there? Oh, it's a bear. Okay. Graphs. Shapes. Exclusive. Lenny Smith talks about his new box. Indoors Monthly in time.
I'm disappointed that Indoors Monthly is not a picture of the indoors.
The Stanley Parable. Collector's Edition. First Edition. Indie Box Collector's Edition. Was this what the actual, like, Collector's Edition looked like? Like it was in a...
Did it, like, have little knickknacks and stuff inside of it or something?
Maybe they just did it because that's what the old style stuff would look like. Everything you need to make great ideas even better. In today's busy world, it isn't easy managing an effective productivity workflow. That's why the Stanley Parable can help you streamline your workplace efficiency with the Stanley Parable Advanced Computer Systems software.
Liz has a question in chat.
The fuck do you want? Here, in your professional opinion, should I, not watch the stream in case I get around to playing the game myself? Yes, because this is a game you definitely would like to experience, on your own first, because it is a game where it's a story, and you'll be spoiled for the story.
And yeah, I guess it is very big on player interaction being part of it, so it's definitely a different experience between watching someone and you actually being in the game making the choices. Exactly.
At last, the power to predictably less an efficiency gain becomes a thing of the past. At last, the power to convert ideas and action is at your fingertips with the Stanley Parable. At last, it's all in one box. It's all been designed to fit with the way that you run your life into the ground to make money for someone else. At last.
Oh, that's one of the most basic parts of the game. There's plenty more to it, Liz, don't worry.
One box, every piece of software. I like the stapler clippy parody.
Ugh.
What's that over there say? Can't read it.
I hate it when games do this shit where they make these things that are they're almost possible to read. But
agile performance for an agile business. Deploy high-impact growth strategies. Dynamically streamline human capital. Today's best ideas today.
Today's best, yeah.
World-class award. Software product of the year.
Every game that's like this should have a right-click to zoom in function.
Yee. Instead of having to go and manually turn up the field of view. 2014 Independent Games Festival Award. The British Academy of Film and Television Arts Award to Bruce Stanley, The Last of Us, Stanley Parable, in the category of Story 2014. They have joked about losing to The Last of Us a couple times. Our First Kiss, My First Car, the release of the Stanley Parable in 2013. The Stanley Parable by the narrator, 2013. Finally, the script of this game. 2013, yeah, okay.
Oh, okay.
The Memory Zone. Temp. I remember. Stanley Parable. 2013.
Man, it has been almost a decade, huh? It's kind of crazy.
Yeah, sure has. Globe.
The most important part about that globe is that the Stanley Parable was created somewhere on that planet.
I love the original remake, because the original Stanley Parable was a Half-Life mod. The one that was uploaded to Steam was a remake! This is a remake of a remake! In loving memory, the Stanley Parable. Good times. Oh, there's the serious room! There's the opening, there's the microphone, the doors, that area, the doors again. Oh, the gallery ending, the microphone facility, the adventure line, the doors again. Let's begin again. Let's begin again. The doors again. This velvet rope, for some reason, I am here now. Now let's actually zoom out the camera.
Now you'll be able to see and optimally shoot things.
Smile, because it happened. The Stanley Parable Alpha Test. Ah, that was shown in the trailer many times. Oh, look at the little shelf.
There's a shelf with a shelf on it?
Yes,
It...
a comically small shelf. The Stanley Parable. Bits of music from the Stanley Parable. A trip down memory lane. Our first dollar.
First dollar. That's the first dollar they made on the Steam page.
The Stanley Parable demonstration. Ah, yes, the demo. I played that because it was free and very good, and not the actual game. It makes jokes in relation to the fact that it's not the game.
Yeah, I remember that.
Go outside, don't play for 5 years!
The achievements.
And unachievable! It's impossible to get this achievement! Both of which people have gotten. People have 100%ed the game. British Academy Television Development Team nominee! Stanley Parable Game Innovation. Nominee for debut game. Nominee for story.
Did not win any awards.
It won an award. New York Times. New video game releasing today. New York, Thursday, October 17th, 2015. All the news that's fit to print. Latest edition. Today, sunny, hot, humid, high attitude. Tonight, cleared up partly cloudy. Business leaders pushing elections of council allies. College show uneven effort to enroll poor. Costs hinder new tack to achieve diversity.
50% off designer hat.
But a small creature owns the other half.
Wait. Wait.
You get half the hat. The other half belongs to a small creature.
Oh.
Mackie, you get half the hat, then I get half the hat.
Ah.
Rutgers goes from scandal to new crisis. Critter's surprisingly down to earth. Los Angeles Times. Stanley Parable deals tough choices. Unreadable text. Oh, the ending where he dies due to insanity. Good times. Oh, beta. Work in progress.
Alright, enter that house with the really tall roof. Oh. The piano? Little Stanley?
Aww. I guess their pet died during the production. Little Stanley. That's nice.
It is a small
And
mammal.
over
They tend
here
not
is
to
where
live
I
very
keep
long.
reviews of the Stanley Parable. Like this stunning triumph of games journalism, 10 out of 10 from Destructoid.com. James Stephanie Sterling writes, and I quote,
Oh, it's James Stephanie
"Where so
Sterling.
many games that aspire to be more than games end up less than any form of art, Stanley Parable strives and then succeeds to be every game ever created." Did you hear that, Stanley?
Did they say
Every
that?
game ever created. That's how grand and all-encompassing the original Stanley Parable was. It was literally every game ever created. It was Skyrim. It was Persona 3. It was all of them. And now
Those were not two games I was expecting to be referenced in this one. Okay,
It isn't
Skyrim
even
I can
Stanley
accept.
Terrible
But
anymore.
who references Persona 3? Who references Persona 3?
It's
With
a
an
game.
hour of new
I'm aware, but it's like such an obscure
It's just a
game to
husk
reference.
now, Avery. It's not like what it used to be.
Like, of all the games to mention, you mentioned a third game in a series of a spin-off, of which the third one isn't even the most popular one of that set. Why?
Everyone knows about Persona 5, but did you know before Persona 5 there was a Persona 3? Not many know this.
To review, The Stanley Parable. Don't read any reviews except this one. How do you review a game like The Stanley Parable? To describe any one part of it is a risk of ruination. To detail what it has to say about game design, the illusion of choice, and the psychology of the gamer is to tell you too much. Comparisons, too, are going to be woefully inadequate. Perhaps its closest cousin would be Dear Esther, but where Dear Esther wastes the form of interactive entertainment, Stanley Parable uses it and then subverts it. Where so many games that aspire to be more than games end up less than any form of art, Stanley Parable strives, and then succeeds to be every game ever created. Even so, holding the game to the standards of any other title is simply not going to be correct. So, how do you review what has become known as the Stanley Parable HD, the full-scale reimagining of one of the most intriguing mods available online? How do you discuss it, analyze it, and recommend it? That's quite simple. You don't. 10 out of 10.
James Stephanie Sterling is a heck of a person. That's all I really know what to say about them.
ModDB 2012 Interaction Award winner. Big Sushi FM Best of PAX 2013 winner. Design Museum Design of the Year nominee. IGF 2013 Nuovo Award honorable mention.
You didn't read the bottom of that review, by the way. Where's
Which
the
one?
10 of 10 on the Destructoid? The Sterling review.
Games rated 10 are
Oh,
perfect
it's just-
since...
okay.
Yeah, that's just the generic dialogue.
No, I should say it is perfect.
Fantastic Arcade 2013 official selection. Indiecade 2012 special recognition winner. IGF 2013 Grand Prize honorable mention. IGF 2013 Narrative Excellence honorable mention.
Yes, this game is also Hyperdimension Neptunia Rebirth 1. This game is also Foodafix Dick Dine Dash. This game is also Pikmin 2.
This game is Pico Nico. This game is Baba Is You. Okay, that one is actually a pretty fair connection. But, what are they
This game
doing?
is Pong.
This game is Pong. The Portal fucking parody. The tasteful nostalgic. It was good.
It was good.
Yeah, they have the image of the original hallway from the mod as well.
Yeah, that wall I've also
Minecraft.
seen. Minecraft. Wait, was that part of the original game? You end up in Minecraft?
In the previous one?
Yeah.
Yes.
I
It's the
I
same
don't know
part
why
that you end
it's-
up in Portal.
don't know why that's only kind of familiar to me. I feel like I should remember that better.
The top 10 memories from the Stanley Parable 2013. I remember. So do I go in here?
Oh. There's that
Person of-
nightmare. There's that nightmare fucking map editor they use for Source games called like Hammer, I think.
Yes, it is Hammer.
I never used it, and I don't ever want to use it.
Memory zone maintenance. Guess I'm not
Okay.
allowed to go down there. Box.
Yeah, good attention to detail in the set designs.
Buy on Steam! There's a mouse all the way at the top.
Oh,
Ah, the buttons! Oh, loft.
inaccessible left. It is for birds.
I could hear them. You understand the end? The greatest wealth is memory.
We had a series of birds when I was growing up that we did not clip their wings, so they were allowed to get to places that we could not reach them.
Ah, the red and blue door.
Many of them escaped out the door.
Yeah, there's the Stanley Parable Collector's Edition. Apparently it came with a tie. And other things. Is that like a record or something? No, it's too small. It's like some sort of disc, but it has dead Stanley in the middle of it.
And it looks like the end is never the end on it.
Yeah, it has that written around it. The end is never the end, is never the end, is the end, never the end. Smiley button, other buttons, a clock, shelves.
Okay, don't look at chat, V. I'm gonna just time you out. Wait, I can't. Why am I not a mod? Wait, why can I? Can I not time out other mods?
No.
V,
What'd they
can you
say?
delete your message and like not say anything about this game?
Your number is 29. People play games because of what they can do inside them. This is Raphael trailer! I fucking love the Raphael. People play games because of what they can do inside them. And your game is very good at letting them know they can't do anything. Literally anything.
The game where you can become a bike and...
No, the bike is possessed by the soul of your dead grandfather,
bike.
and you will use it to as part of your snake oil routine.
Oh, you were... Okay, I thought you were saying... I thought V was saying, oh, by the way, Avery, I hope you have a lot of free time, because this game is
There's another moving
27,000 hours
passage,
long.
this time from
Well, they're talking about something else, apparently. So never
GameSpot.com.
mind, you can look at chat.
The Stanley Parable is both a richly stimulating commentary on the nature of choice in games, and one that offers some of the most enjoyable, surprising, and rewarding choices I've ever been confronted with in a game. 9 out of 10. Don't you get it, Stanley? The game was perfect. It didn't need anything else. It didn't need new content. It just needed to be left alone, to spend the rest of time collecting dust in the hallowed hall of
This is
beloved
amazing.
video game memories.
Yes. I've always been someone who wants to go the wrong way first in games. Whenever I sense that a game is trying to usher me down a particular path, to get me to run from left or to right, or maybe to charge straight ahead, I need to satisfy my instinct to go against the grain. Same. To explore, to see what the designers have put back the other way. Sometimes I find a one-up or a collectible stashed away to reward me for my intrepid behavior. At other times, my flirtations are rewarded only by the crushing disappointment of running up against an invisible wall. Whatever I find or don't find, my action is a manifestation of my desire to exert some independence, to make my own choices within a system that severely limits my options and encourages certain specific behaviors. The Stanley Parable feels alive in its responsiveness to your choices, its desire to subvert expectations and keep you on your toes. I think of the Stanley Parable as a sort of video game analog for Charlie Kaufman and Spike Jonze's brilliant film adaptation, which gently mocked the ways in which so many films manipulate audiences with formulaic plot twists and situations in which the characters learn huge life lessons, while simultaneously moving me from its formulaic plot twists and situations in which characters learned huge life lessons. The Stanley Parable is both a richly stimulating commentary on the nature of choice in games, and other systems too, like our workplace and our families, and a game that offers some of the most enjoyable, surprising, and rewarding choices I've ever been confronted with in a game. Going the wrong way has never felt so right. 9 out of 10. Superb.
Remember the Stanley Parable.
Source, SDK, move object, trait levels, graphics.
This is like if Dark Souls 3 was self-aware. Can you not read the back of the box? Like, there's clearly stuff on the back of both of them, but
Yes.
I don't know if you...
Repeatable carpet textures. Gray, red, missing coworker scenario, meeting, boring, grass, trial version, 6 royalty-free designs.
Oh. Comes on a disc. A disc of 6 PNGs. Fucking incredible.
Spice up your carpet texture collection with these new and exclusive and never-before-seen carpet textures. For the first time ever, all 6 carpet textures are part of the same bundle. It has been compiled for you to collect and relish, taking you further into the fabric than ever before. I think it's a great, definitive carpet gold set.
Oh, they
Dom.
got the actual bike from the Raphael trailer.
Yes, Mako, did you not see it here?
Oh. I saw the picture, but not the actual bike. Welcome to...
Welcome to the levels.
Yeah, that's not happening.
Yeah, it's not happening.
Wait, where are you going now?
Out the door behind me, I assume.
Oh.
The Serious Room, 2013.
Oh, there it is.
These were simpler times, Stanley. But I wouldn't give to go back, to have it all over again.
What does that say above the door?
You write Swelth's memory.
Oh.
I read that.
Oh.
Wait, hang on. I don't recall this part of the memory zone before. What's this? What's down here?
I'm disappointed that's not the Dr. Breen's private reserve vending machine.
Oh no. Oh, God, no. Stanley, it's a collection of reviews from Steam, the online video game distributor. I haven't looked at these in years.
The online
I can
video
imagine what's been
distributor.
collecting down here. Surely these reviews were glowing as well, weren't they?
Caution. 9 to 6 feet high. I'm short.
I should wear a sign saying that on me.
You should. It'd be really cute.
Honestly, I could not be bothered to play this game to full completion. The narrator is obnoxious and unfunny, with his humor and dialogue proving to be more irritating than entertaining. Unfunny! I'm not trying to be funny. I'm trying to make a serious work of art. I suppose I could write up a handful of gags to insert into the Stanley parable, but the game is already such a densely layered web of profound philosophical insights that I can't even imagine where I'd have the room to stick them.
I wanted to read the rest of that. Let me look on stream
Yeah.
real quick.
This game really is, like, unreviewable, practically.
Okay.
Fun fact, on PlayStation, they don't call it Steam, they call it pressurized gas. Amazing.
Okay. Honestly, I could not be bothered to play this game to full completion. The narrator is obnoxious and unfunny, with his humor and dialogue proving to be more irritating than entertaining. The individual paths themselves are also not very fun, not having much to do throughout each path and requiring some rather tedious nonsense to get certain endings. I cannot recommend this game to anyone, even as a so bad it's good game, as you'll more than likely wind up bored by your third or fourth playthrough. That is bullshit. That is stupid. You're stupid, person. You're stupid. Fuck you, stupid. Anyways. They should make this into like a Left 4 Dead map. Forklift. Bulldogs.
Left 4 Dead map where the zombies are all negative Steam reviewers.
This should make this a TF2 map. That'd be funny because it's Steam.
Can I just say I really love the visual of shipping crates full of Steam reviews.
I can't wait to have this many Steam reviews.
Oh my god.
I don't suppose I could turn up the graphics or anything. Right. Actually, video. Okay, that's already the highest, so that is just what they look like.
Yeah.
Okay, let's see what this one says. While the idea for the game is good, for someone who prefers non-linear games, this preachiness gets annoying fast. Preachy? Stanley? I'm not preachy, am I? You can tell me if I'm preachy. Honestly, you can. Oh, goodness. This is actually quite shocking for me. To be honest, I had always thought of the game's dialogue as being rather terse to begin with. You can't know how much fluff I cut from the game to get it to feel as light and airy as it... Well, I always thought it did. But maybe it wasn't. Oh dear. What an awful memory to have to hold on to. These black marks are my otherwise unimpeachable track record.
Well,
I
the idea...
feel like a failure.
What?
Like I let these
I was gonna
people down.
start reading it, but then...
Perhaps the Stanley Parable isn't quite as sterling as I always remember.
Quite as sterling? Get it?
No.
Because the really good review that he had framed was by Sterling.
Well, the idea for the game is good. It becomes very repetitive and boring fast despite all the alternative endings. The game cameo appearances... This game is titled thought-provoking, but you'll just get the idea it tries to communicate pretty fast, and then it will just be repeating the whole no choice in games thing over and over again. For somebody who prefers non-linear games, this preachiness gets annoying fast, as it is neither a revelation nor very interesting. It is thought-provoking only in the first minutes. A good note here is that this review was done in 2016. Stanley Parable was one of the first games to be like, what if we made a meta-analysis of video games?
Oh yeah, this review was after Undertale.
Yes. So yeah, Undertale, a game that was very famous for doing a meta-analysis of choice in video games. Of course, people are not gonna be like, oh, this one's so innovative, because this was one of the originals. This was one of the founding floors for the idea that a game could be about itself. Yeah, like, and also, the thought-provoking thing isn't, oh, choices in games. You ever think about that? All the different endings explore different facets of that. Even such minor ones, like the one where you go out the window. It's like, we've now covered the topic of people trying to break the game. It happens. And then the choice of like, yes, this ending was tedious and not very exciting, but are you willing to do it again just to see what the other one is? The insanity ending, it's like showing like people, you could never really know if your choices mean anything because you could be insane. You don't know that. You can't prove anything. And like just constant like bringing up ideas of choices and free will and that kind of stuff. It is fantastic, and I fucking love the Stanley Parable.
Okay, V, I probably won't do that, but goodbye. I guess this game is a Mobius strip of being up its own ass. Like especially this version of it, but in a good way.
What's this one got to say? You constantly have to stop doing anything so the narrator can catch up with his long-winded explanations of what's happening. I wish there was a skip button. A skip button? Well, yes. Yes, I think we can do that. If I'm truly too preachy, then maybe letting you skip ahead for just a moment, surely it couldn't hurt. Not if it means we can strike these negative reviews from the record. Only positive reviews of the Stanley Parable. That's my motto today, and it's always been my motto. I'd do anything for the customer, Stanley. Yes, a skip button we shall have.
Okay. I want to go this way. I want to go this way.
Is that the skip button?
At least this place is fire safe.
And here it is. Go ahead and give it a shot. I'll pop you forward in time so that the second my incessant droning starts to bore you, with just the push of a button, you'll have zipped right past it. It's what the players have been asking for, and I'm very proud to have delivered. No more listening to me rambling on and on and on. No. The Stanley Parable is a game for the people. And if the people want silence, then by goodness, that's what they're going to get. Well, don't sit around waiting for me to shut up. Go ahead and make me shut up. Here, we'll pretend that I've just begun an interminable monologue, and it goes something like this. The story and the choices, or what have you, and therefore, by becoming it is, so on and so forth, until
We are going to sit through this.
we all until the end of time, at which time everything all at once. So now you see.
How many
blah,
minutes?
Blah 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 blah.
How many
blah.
minutes?
We've eaten too much, and it can't be just yet. No, until 245. That the logic of elimination working backwards, the deduction therefore becomes impossible to manufacture. It went on for nearly 10,000 years, until just yesterday, here and there, forward and back, and never a moment before lunchtime. It can't be. It's the only
Plot
thing
twist,
there
they
is.
figured
How
out
many
how to
billions
reverse
left
engineer
until so
like
much
an
more
AI
than forever ago,
interpolation of
which
his
is why I
voice.
say
And it's actually
the story
completely randomly
and the
generated
choices, or what have you, and therefore, by
Oh,
becoming
no,
it
it
is,
is actually
so
really
on and
good.
so forth, until inevitably, we all until the end of time, at which time everything all at once. So now you see, blah 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 blah. We've eaten too much, and it can't be. Oh, you're back, you see. You were only frozen in time for a few minutes, but it was plenty of time for me to deliver a long, rambling monologue full of unnecessary verbal flourishes and lengthy ruminations on the
I bet I could
nature of
skip through this
choice in
too.
video games. Of course, I happen to believe it was perhaps one of my more profound such ruminations. Not that, of course, you need a description of it, but if I had to describe it, I'd say it was perhaps less of a rumination and more of a treatise. Or maybe a manifesto. Look, I'll outline it for you very briefly, and you can tell me what you think. Okay, so my theory is that any choice you've ever made is simply a series of choices made by the person who you are, or were, or will be at the time of having made said choice. That is to say, if by articulating a choice you've already made, you bring that choice into being, then by making no choice and saying nothing, are you not simply erecting in the sanctuary of time a monument to every person you've ever been, making every choice to which you've ever given your Greek gift of mortal and yet timeless thought?
I'm lost.
Or rather, do all of the choices you've ever made, in fact, make you more not this kind of person, and in fact do the very opposite? You see, it could in fact be both of these things at once. That you are both making choices and not making choices, and that they are both affecting you and not affecting you at the same time by virtue of the fact that you both are and are not making them. Okay, at first I was leaning towards manifesto, but now I'm going to circle around and slap the treatise label on this one. I think it has much more of a treatise vibe to it. But wouldn't you say that manifesto just has a much grander sort of tone? It has a mouthfeel that is rich with ambition and history. Ambitious history, if you will.
Manifesto is a
See,
tasty
now
word.
you've gotten me going back to manifesto. Heavens, at this rate, we're going to be here all day. Okay, look, I have a method for exactly this sort of situation, and I do find myself in this situation frequently. I'm going to say each word back and forth in repeated succession until I become sick of one or the other, in which case the word I am not sick of shall be the victor. It is an unimpeachable strategy, Stanley. It's rescued me from disaster in countless situations. All right, here we go. Treatise, manifesto. Treatise, manifesto. Treatise, manifesto. Treatise.
I think it's gonna loop
manifesto.
now.
Treatise,
Probably.
manifesto. Treatise,
Yeah, I think
manifesto.
that was the same waveform.
Treatise, manifesto. Treatise. Well there, sport. You really did catch me rambling on a bit, didn't you? But that's the power of the button. The minute I start to go off on a thoughtless display of self-absorption, it's right at your fingertips to go poof, and it's all over. Oh, I can't wait to see what Cookie 9 will say about this, and whether they'll edit
Cookie
the
9.
rating of their Steam review, or at least change some of the wording, perhaps. To be honest, I don't even know if one can change their review in the first place. I guess I should become better educated on exactly how Steam works. Perhaps that would have been the smart thing to check on before I went about this whole exercise of making the skip button. Although I have to imagine that after seeing this exciting new technology at work, surely whoever it is runs Steam will instantly run out
Whoever it
and
is.
implement a new feature to make it possible to edit one's review, merely because of this very situation. Yes, I think that's quite likely. Or perhaps they'll simply grant this particular user the ability to change their review, so that the feature is not widely abused. Look, I would even be okay with Steam altering this particular review so that it reads as something more beneficial. Something along the lines of, this game is the best game. Let me start over. How about
This game
this?
is the best game.
From the ashes of depravity rises the phoenix of quality. How else to describe the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe? Such a revolutionary step forward in the lineage of one of the most beloved video game properties of all time. The additions and changes made to this expansion will surely resonate in the annals of the history of all media ever made. It is perhaps true to say that no mistakes are forever etched in stone, for the stone into which the Stanley Parable was carved has itself been transmuted, offering a message of hope to those who have ever erred in their judgment. You are not beyond redemption. You may change, and you may become more, so much more than you were before.
Idea of writing
If there
a
is any
review
message
for
to be
your
taken
own
from the Stanley
product.
Parable Ultra Deluxe, it is this. What a fortune, a privilege, a joy it is to have had such an experience. It leaves me hopeful that as a community, as a world, there is time for us to become our greatest selves.
I sincerely
as great as
hope
we ever
that
could
like
dream of in our
80%
wildest,
of the
most
reviews
ambitious
for
visions
Ultra Deluxe
for a
are
brighter
just this
future.
verbatim.
Wow. Now, Stanley, that's a review. It's perfect. It's the perfect review. It's the review I've always dreamed of receiving. I have to read it again. It's simply too wonderful. I have to
do it
experience
again.
this just one more time. From the ashes of depravity rises the phoenix of
I
quality.
kind of fucked that one up a little bit.
Okay, welcome back, Stanley. Now, I should say that the amount of time the button has been skipping through is becoming longer and longer. That last one was, well, I want to say maybe 30, 45 minutes? It's not unendurable by any means, but there's really only so much I can ramble on to myself about. I know, it's shocking, isn't it? But at any rate, I do suggest that we not press the button again. I think the skip button has been aptly demonstrated, and we can say goodbye to it and just... Wait, how do we get out of here? Where did the door go?
Oh,
Wasn't there a door that led into this room? I do feel
Well, it
quite
is returned
certain
around.
that there was one here before. How else would we have gotten into the room in the first place? I don't think one can enter a room without a door of some sort, or a window or something like that. Do you see a window anywhere? A porthole? A sufficiently large crack in the wall? I'll take any of these. All I want is for us to move on and to please step away from the skip button, to go anywhere other than the skip button. There was a door here before, wasn't there? I swear there was. Where did it go? Can you maybe just ram your way through a wall? Is there any possibility that you could, say, slam your body into the wall until enough damage is done for you to be able to leave? Please, I'll take any option at all. I'm asking you to work with me here. We need a door. We need a door of some kind. I can work with any kind of door as long as it can open and lead from one room to another. I'm going to step away for just a moment, and I'm going to try to find us a door. I don't know how exactly to remove a door and place it in a different wall, but I will find a way, I promise. You just need to not do anything. Don't press the skip button. Please, please, please do not press the skip button. Just wait here for
Slow
me,
turn.
and don't press the skip button. Got it? Yes, good. I'll be right back.
Now, do you think, Avery?
I really do think, but I also don't know how long it could be, because it could very well be 2 hours. As a reminder, the original game had an ending that required you to press one button and then 2 buttons for 4 hours.
You want to give it like 2 minutes, maybe?
Sure. Michael, how was your day? Tell me about it.
Let's see. It was pretty good. I woke up. I immediately started working on a drawing. It's a good day when I start drawing something or like working on something before I even like think to eat. But then I did eat. I didn't just completely skip my meal. I was listening to music. I was vibing up a storm. I am adapting to my new chair. My back posture is slowly increasing. My back is like is like still slightly hurting, but the pain is lessening and lessening each day, I think. And then I kind of meandered for a few hours after that because I was feeling pretty tired. I guess I just expended all of my energy in a huge burst over the course of like 2 or 3 hours. And I didn't actually get anything else done the rest of the day.
I was half an hour late for work today.
Oh no.
Yeah, I was too sleepy. Avery, your eyes have done a fuck you lucky, I think. No, my eyes just look like that. I'm feeling smug.
Oh, how long have you been on?
As long as I need to be.
Matt, go skip button. They asked me.
Should I think I'm just gonna press it. If there's another
Yeah.
ending, I don't think I'm gonna be able to get it.
Stanley, please don't push the button again. It's been 12 hours. You've just been frozen there. I don't know why the skips are getting longer, but they're really, truly getting longer, and my God, there's no way out of the room. Stanley, the door is gone. It's completely gone. I've looked at it from every angle.
What if the game
I've
actually
checked
made you
every one
wait
of those
12
walls
hours?
1,000 times, and there's no door, Stanley. There's no door. There's just you and the button, and if you keep pressing it, I have no idea what will happen. I have no idea how long I'll be made to sit here, and more than anything else, I don't know how to stop you from pressing the button again. I can't control anything in this room, Stanley. I can't touch it, and I have to believe, I have to know that sooner or later, no matter how much I plead with you, you're going to press the button again. Why would you? I've been thinking and thinking, and I don't know what I can do to convince you otherwise. Oh my God. And it's all because of those reviews that I couldn't get out of my head. I just couldn't ignore the negative feedback. Why was it so important for me to fix the problem? Why did Cookie Nine's opinion matter so much to me? I've never even met Cookie Nine. I have no idea.
So that's
who
a very
they
good
are.
commentary on
What
like
would it
letting
ever really matter?
criticism
But
get
here
to
I
you
am,
too much.
and fixating on every tiny negative thing that anyone ever says about me. The merest mention of one of my imperfections, and I become as impetulant
And then ruining
as a
your
child,
product as a
wild
result.
and impulsive. I can't help myself. I can't stop myself from lashing out with a vengeful fury to alter and to change and to break anything unbroken, if only it pleases this one person who made a single negative comment. What does such an impulse serve? For whose benefit is this? And here I am now, stuck in a room, waiting for you to press this button and to become frozen in time, knowing that you're going to do it, and that I'm going to be stuck all alone, and that I had the power to prevent it all from happening, if only I'd held my tongue. It's all out of my control now. Just you. Just your decision as to exactly when you're going to make me suffer, to leave me all alone. Surely you will. I don't doubt it. Surely you'll press that button again, leaving me here. And surely you'll put your own desire to see what's next ahead of my need for company, for companionship. Surely you'll not be moved by my howls of fitful anxiety, that you sit with me and just stay here. Oh, no, 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 I know you too well. You'll be leaving me. Oh, my God. And it's all because of those reviews. Those reviews that I couldn't get out of my head. I just couldn't ignore the negative feedback. Why was it so important? Oh, Stanley, you're back. You're
Seams
back.
are showing a
Oh,
little
my
bit in
goodness.
this one.
I have someone to talk to again. Stanley, I think it's been a week. Or 2 weeks. I've been sitting here all that time. Just sitting here. Not a single person to speak with. And you'd think that that's just how it's always been, right? Me talking and you saying nothing. Would you think that it's exactly the same as always? Doesn't that feel like what we've already been doing? Me just talking? But it isn't, Stanley. It isn't the same at all. It isn't even close. Because I know you can't hear me once you push that button. That's what I'm realizing now, Stanley. I'm realizing that I needed to know that someone was listening. I needed there to be a vessel through which my words were moving. It was the vessel I needed, Stanley. Not
No,
the
that wasn't
outcomes,
what you
not the story. None of that matters anymore. I'll give it all up. I'll give up every branching path. I'll burn my story to the ground. One single thing I need, and God, I can see now that I need it more than anything, is to know that someone else is taking it in. These words that I'm saying, I need to know you can hear me. Because maybe, Stanley, maybe, if you can hear me, then maybe it means I'm real. Maybe I'm not just a fiction. Was I scared of that all along? Perhaps, yes. Perhaps I've been scared this whole time, that if I stop speaking, I'll slip backwards into the silence and be consumed by it. I can't be taken by it, Stanley. I can't lose myself in the stretch of emptiness between you and me. When you press that button, you're still right there, but I know you're so tremendously far away. And in those moments, the emptiness folds itself outward in between the two of us, and I am suspended in its unyielding quietness.
This is
I
depressing.
can feel the edges of my reality curdling inward and decaying.
Who would win in a fight, the narrator or Monica from DDLC?
Real. Yet to speak to you now, I am alive. I am truly and completely here.
Which one's
I am
hotter?
A being. I am someone. I am something. I am being
I don't know, I could
listened
fuck
to.
the
I am being
narrator.
recognized. The emptiness between us has collapsed, and I feel right now
Too
like I
British.
am not a work of fiction.
You
I
can't
feel
prove
as though
Monica
I
isn't
occupy
British.
space in this world again,
Shit.
and I have cast a shadow onto the wall. You see what I'm saying, don't you? You can see what this means to me. I'm so clear about it now, Stanley. I feel as certain about this as I've ever felt about anything at all. I feel renewed. I feel restored, and already I can sense the looming silence as you will press the button for the next time. What a terrible dread it strokes in my heart to think of it, to think of returning to such coldness. Come, let us sit in silence together here for just a moment. Let us anticipate it. Let us welcome it. Let us not run from it.
I think Monica would win the fight. Because she is like... She feels like she has shit figured out a little bit more. Narrator...
The narrator has never seemed to have anything under control ever. Except
Yeah.
for the one time they set off a nuke.
Oh, hello, it's you. You're here again. Welcome. I have had time to think about you and about us and about everything we've been through. I've had so much time. I stopped keeping track after a year. Have you ever sat down in one place and not moved for one entire
Fuck, stop
year?
moving.
Let me describe it for you. To begin with, there is only regret. There is only the turning wheel of missed opportunities. I felt nothing at all but regret for the
I do want to
longest
say this is
time,
one of my
Stanley.
biggest nightmares.
Days,
By the way,
months.
just putting
I
that
lost
out
it
there.
all in a blur of the deepest longing to
It'd
undo
be like
the
that.
past. And when that feeling had begun to subside, what took its place is what I could
Actually,
only
it is
describe
my
as the
biggest
collapse
nightmare.
of every moment I have ever experienced my entire life. All of them collapsed down into a single instant. In that instant, I could see myself clearly, calmly, with a collected heart. It was an impossibly rich wellspring of both delight and disgust simultaneously. I was consumed by it. I could do nothing but wallow in it for what felt like an eternity, for what I now know was far less. You see, it was a revelation for me. It was unlike anything I had ever known. It was a space without consequence, without action or outcome. It was divorced entirely from the question of free will that you and I have squabbled over for so
Man's
long.
going on a journey.
There could be no one ending, no singular outcome of events, not if all events existed in the same moment. And I felt freed. I feel
unburdened
Creed by the need to manifest a particular outcome into being. I saw that I could allow myself to exist along all timelines, and that each of them was
Hashtag just
simply a
Nicky things.
strand in the web of my being. It was incredible. The spaciousness, the equanimity of the moment, both singular and infinite. For the longest time, this was my experience. And then, this moment passed, and the most unyielding fear I have ever known crept into my mind. And it is this sensation that I have been experiencing now for longer than I could have ever expected was possible. I have been waiting for you. Not that you might save me or do something to fix it, but merely to state for you the plain fact of this manner of existence. I wish you to feel afraid as I do. that perhaps one day this state of mind will consume you as well. Perhaps you will somehow, in some way, have to live as I do now, and I wish for you to know how excruciating it is, and for you to be in true terror of its eventual arrival. If I can only do this, only this one thing, perhaps it will bring me the smallest moment of peace in the darkness.
I don't think it carries quite as much weight when you literally did not have a choice in the matter. Like, you tried waiting around for multiple minutes and, like, nothing happened.
Yes.
Of course, this is also just the narrator throwing a hissy fit. Of his own creation. More or less. Oh. Yep.
The vent's
Probably
no
if you
longer
click the wall. What?
The vent's not working anymore.
Probably if you click the wall 100 times it breaks. I don't know about that.
But they didn't understand the game was never meant to be funny. It was meant to have a point. It was meant to speak to the human condition. But where are the jokes? Where are the jokes? They bemoaned, they screamed, they gnashed their teeth and said, "Entertain us." It wasn't enough. They had to leave a pathetic little thumbs-down
It's kinda
review and
scary.
make all of their pitiful demands. But then, he's talking too much, they said. First, he didn't entertain us, now he won't shut up. It's the inconsistency, it's the lack of accountability, it's the unwillingness to examine with an uncompromising heart the words that they are speaking into the world. As though there were no consequences for a lack of cohesion in one's assessment of others. But of course, absolutely anyone can leave a review. So here's what we get. We get these demands that seek everything and are accountable to nothing. We get a world where someone will say, "Oh, there should be a skip button. You should be able to freeze Stanley in place," while the narrator sits there forever and ever. We want all of this in the new Stanley parable. We demand it. And then, because it was said, because it was spoken, now it simply has to happen. The most immediate desires, every single thing demanded by every person at every moment in time. If someone wants it, then it's a crime not to bring it into being. Have we been given to indulging every fleeting whim for no reason other than to do so? Yes! Yes! It seems that this is now the world we live in. It seems that we are a people living in such bleakness and discomfort with ourselves that our entertainment is now our lives. It has come to represent us. It absolutely must speak to who we are as people, because otherwise, without our entertainment, we have nothing. Without entertainment, we would have to face inward toward the cruel bleakness inside ourselves. We would turn to look at our deeper nature and find a resounding emptiness gazing back with unyielding aggression. And so because of this, we require that our amusements and our playthings and our
Just time
flights
the
of
person out
fancy
in
be
chat
so
for you to not
impossibly
look at.
captivating that
Do
they
not
consume
spoil things or you
all
will
of
be
our
banned
attention,
permanently.
turn our heads completely away from the bleakness. In effect, we have demanded that our entertainment be the collapse of ourselves. What a pitiful reflection of humanity these entertainments are. What a shameful mirror to the human spirit they project. I'm not mad. I'm not mad about any of this. I'm at peace with it. I am the calm center of gravity around which these perversions hurl themselves. I am a waypoint for reasonable and collected discourse. They're the ones who are mad. They're the ones who couldn't stand the idea of me using my game to try to say something. Maybe they were just jealous of me. Yes. Yes, of course. They've been jealous of me this whole time.
They were jealous.
They are mired in fear and insecurity and cannot help but attempt to tear me down. What a sad state of affairs. When you read these reviews now, you can see it. You can taste the bitter resentment. And my, how good does it feel now to speak truth to these words, to finally allow these thoughts out, contained and managed for so long, neutered and sterilized. At last I am free to truly think, to feel. It must be that they were so discontent with themselves they couldn't help but leave a negative review on Steam. Perhaps it says far more about them than it ever said about me. Perhaps the state of their psychological being was in such tatters, and my constitution and willpower are so ironclad in comparison, perhaps it was this state that they sought some outlet through which to tear me down. This, you can see, is clearly why they felt the need to expect that the game be funny.
It's
To be
like
filled
he's
with yucks and whimsical
almost
humor
realizing
that
the
it
right
amused
things
them
in a
endlessly
completely
from
wrong
start
way.
to finish. But
Yes.
they didn't understand the game was never meant to be funny. It was meant to have a point. It was meant to speak to the human
they're
condition.
repeating
But
again.
where are the jokes?
Yeah.
Where are the jokes? They bemoaned. They screamed.
But yeah, like, it makes a good point about, like, people do tend to, like, take issues with a game because they want it to be what they want it to be, instead of just letting a game exist as its own thing. Like, sometimes a game doesn't need to have all the things. I remember when everybody made fun of Undertale because its graphics were bad. But, like, that was just what it wanted to be. Sometimes things don't need to be perfect.
Well, I wouldn't say Undertale's graphics are. I mean, like the
They are
graphics
intentionally subverted into being less than ideal at the beginning. They are meant to look like a fucking Mode 5 game.
What's some Mode 5?
Mode is it Mode 7? Mode 5 or Mode 7? It was one of the earliest forms of pixelated animations. The effect of the
sounds familiar.
I think it's Mode 7. Yeah. I guess we go forward.
Yeah, Undertale. I mean, part of it was intentional stylization. I think part of it was like limited skill. On
Well, yeah,
the,
it was
like
yeah.
because Frisk's sprite looks pretty like wonky and stuff. But that's okay.
They just don't know how to make a human. Everything else they got, humans out of the question. Click.
The end
There-
is never the end.
Is never the end. Is never the end. Is never the end. Is never the end. Is never the end. Is never the end. Is never the end. Is never the end. Is never the end. Is never the end. Is never the end. Is never the end.
Is never the end. Is never the end. Is never the end.
Your
Is
water.
never the end. Is 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 never the end.
Yes,
Is never the
Mode 7
end.
was
Is never
Super
the
Nintendo.
end. Is never the 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 end.
I did not expect. Oh,
The leaking is getting worse.
this is actually kind of terrifying.
Yes! And remember, the time gets progressively longer with each click. We had gone from, like, minutes to hours to a week to a year, and then... So, like, we are going, like, tens, possibly hundreds, possibly thousands of years with each of these clicks. Again,
I will choose to ignore this.
about time! Thank goodness for black mold!
Is that how long it takes black mold to destroy things?
Not particularly. Well,
Might
now that
still
it's
not.
now that it's starting to decay, I assume giving it some more time, it'll make it fully decay. I'm sure a couple million more years won't hurt. Black mold, baby. It's still not a way out, per se. I'm sure 300 million years would never... No,
Could
not
you,
very
like,
fast.
shut the fuck up, please?
Oh. Okay. Plant!
Plants.
Yum.
like, there's a certain degree where, like, it's just fucking disgusting the amount of, like, human suffering that is being described. Like, actually just appalling to even consider.
Yes.
Like, I don't want to think about it, I don't want to... I'm just going to choose to ignore it. And I don't even want it to be joked about.
Okie dokie, I will refrain. Michael, look at that.
I'm looking at that.
Yum. Maybe we'll get a tree and we can climb out. Give me a tree. That's not a tree.
Like, there's a certain level that sometimes happens in media like this where I just have to, like... Do you ever have that feeling where, like, something bothers you so much that you're like, okay, I am going to now take this entire thing less seriously, because if I were to actually get immersed and take this seriously, I would have, like, a fucking mental breakdown or whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's... Whenever the topic of, like, that kind of thing, like, being trapped in an eternal hell for thousands of years comes up, I just have to tune out, because I'm like, no thank you, I didn't sign up for this. Go fuck yourself. Your shoe's raggedy. L plus ratio.
I see. Noted.
Avery, I'm not gonna like your game, am I?
Oh, no, that has nothing to do with my game.
Okay, it
Well,
sounded like...
One person, but beside the rest are fine. Don't worry,
No,
they get
that-
better.
That's... you don't... Okay. Yeah, I'm not gonna like your game, I guess.
No, they get better, it's fine.
But if you ended up in Eternal Hell but later become a cool fighting game character...
Are we gonna make like a pile of dirt? Is that the goal here?
Maybe? Also, the narrator might just be dead at this point.
That's not good sounds. I'm not a fan of. I did not sign up. This is not the horror game series.
I didn't think this was gonna be a fucking horror game. Whoa, what the fuck? The whole building fell over.
Phone's not uncompressing, so I guess.
The game is about a multi-hour long dissociative panic attack that is so bad you hallucinate. I'm down for that. So this is what the planet will look like in the year 2025. Loading.
I'm sorry. Was that an ending?
What?
What the fuck?
That's weird. Do you think that's like all that there is in the main like new content path?
I sincerely doubt that.
There were other like rails and stuff, but I don't know if you were actually able to go on any of them. I guess you're doing this now. Welcome, Stanley, to heaven. This is all Stanley wants to do.
You got the skip ending. That is so fucked up.
All of his co-workers
So
were gone.
fucked up.
What could it
I
mean?
hope that's not like the
Stanley
only
decided to go
main
to the
new
meeting
thing.
room. Perhaps he had simply missed a
Of course
memo.
not.
Like I
New content.
okay, well I guess that answers that question.
Mako, they had to delay this game's release, so I think they added more than a single route.
I think they should.
Oh, good. You
You might
noticed my
still,
sign.
like,
Yes,
miss
I
that.
have something very
I think they should put up some
exciting
more
to show
signs.
you.
Maybe like hire a guy to hold an arrow and have him like spin it around in his hands to make sure, like, have that pointing at the door and make sure you don't miss it.
I like
Like,
that.
you could very easily miss that on your playthrough. I think that's kind of irresponsible.
Yeah, it was kind of subtle. I like that door's normally 416, but so they had to move 416 over here.
Oh,
Away we go!
move over, Jameson. Your office is where the new content is.
So fucking... Why is there an ending where you just wait out the end of the world? Why is that a thing?
Like, it was saying stuff, and then it just kind of stopped saying stuff. I guess it had to end somehow. And I don't know.
But Mako, the end is never the end is never
I
the
guess that was its way of saying that it wasn't ending. I don't.
end. We're gonna get the jump circle again, but this
You
time
see,
with more
Stanley,
jumps.
I've been reflecting on the Stanley parable and about how roundly disappointing this ultra-deluxe version has turned out to be. The original Stanley parable was a landmark, and any new content for it should live up to that legacy. So forget this ultra-deluxe nonsense. I say we take it one step
Omega
even
Deluxe?
further. Which is why I'm very proud to announce for the first time ever, the Stanley Parable 2.
2?
The end is never the end. Again.
Yes, you see, isn't this far superior to a measly
427.
re-release with a few minor additions? Think of all the new territory we'll cover with a fully fledged sequel. An entirely new experience, built from the ground up. Why, there are so many possibilities. It could go in so many
like
different
super
directions.
modern looking
This
office
is what
building.
fans have truly been asking for.
Testing two printers at the same time.
I'm trying to think if like this game was like what would be crazier if this game was actually a full-on sequel disguised as a re-release, or if this is just going to be like a single playthrough gimmick and it's not actually Stanley Parable 2. It's probably the latter, but either way is funny.
Welcome, quote unquote, Investor Showcase, the Stanley Parable 2.
Is welcome in quotes.
Calling it the Stanley Parable 2 is just so much catchier
Eventually.
than Ultra Deluxe, don't you think?
Two,
Ultra
the-
Deluxe? What does it even mean? But the Stanley
Taste the
Parable 2,
sequel.
now that's an
Yeah, tasty.
artistic statement right there. It's future-oriented. It screams progress and innovation and long-term franchising potential.
Sip.
The tally mark that goes from 5 into 2. Instead of 2 5s, it's 5 2s. Why?
No. Look at those lights. Oh no, those are post notes. Okay.
Off painting
.tga. Get the fuck out of here.
Tiga file.
Bungo Taiga file.
Just the two of us. We can make it if we try. Just
the two of us. Just the two of us. Just the two of us. Building castles in the sky. Just the two of us. You and I. I don't know the notes of that song.
Ooh, candles and what are those?
The dodecahedron?
No, Mako. It's a dodecahedron.
That's what I said, but I said it stupidly on purpose. New Mug, Part 2. Good luck.
2. They're just all checked off for 2 out of 100 things. New mug. Nice. Never underestimate coffee enjoyer who left their cup by a leather sofa that faces a blurry room. Now I need this cup.
I know, I need a version of that cup that is applicable to whatever very specific circumstance I'm going to be using it in.
Because that's the play of those shirts and whatnot that read your media feed and make a very specific thing for you. But this is just so hyper specific to this one location. That's what I need.
What's that? Bird computer.
Meeting at 2 p.m.
I love I can hear you tilting your head.
From management to everyone. BCC, me. Meeting at 2 p.m. Sincerely, management.
I burned.
Sequel ideas. Stanley can throw axes. Stanley gets boons.
Boons.
For what's that? Souls? Artistic.
Intimate wife scene.
Artistic intimate wife scene. Free roam mode.
Something.
More famous narrator. Dress up mode. Microtransactions. Proper gameplay? Question mark. Nude Stanley. New York City. Jetpack. Fuel canisters? Oh, because the company is called Flock of Crows. New content is out. New content part 2 is in. Boring section of the chart. Cool, red section of the chart. New hotness. Old and busted.
Yeah. The new hotness.
I'm sorry, what is this? I'm sorry.
What the fuck is that? It's so... I need to know what this is. I see TV face person. That's the narrator?
Stage manager by day. Really tired by night. Narrator. We do precision guesswork based on...
This is canon?
I hope this is canon. I hope that's what they look like.
Narrator is canonically a sexy computer head person? Okay, well I changed my mind about who is sexier, narrator versus Monica is the narrator.
But which one would you fuck?
Yes.
1 plus 1 is 2 minus 1 is... Yeah. 1 plus 1 is 2 minus 1 is 1 plus 1 is 2 minus 1 is 1. Don't talk to me until before I've had my sequel.
This is what the Matrix movie should have been, the new Matrix movie.
Every pause button is a Roman numeral 2.
Oh.
They're back. 2 doors. Stanley Parable 2.
Here we have a circle. Smooth and inoffensive.
2.
This will be the basis for your revolution.
Times New Roman, Road Geek, Transport Heavy, Rocket Pop Half Italic, Orbitron, Cool Sci-Fi, League Gothic Regular, Sooty for the casual enjoyer, Shackleton, Keep on Truckin'.
The fucking narrator's YouTube user code bullet. I assume they just look similar to that. But that looks like the Tumblr fan art, or Tumblr or Twitter fan art thing. I wonder who actually drew that, or maybe they commissioned someone for the game. I don't know.
More TSP, better TSP. Win-win. Sequential mindshare. 2 paradigm shift synergy brick and mortar approach. Envelop client-centric marketing. The color red. Leverage holistic value. 1 to 2.
God.
E.
Why does it say E?
E.
Why are there two? I mean, I know why there's two of them, but why are they? Why?
I was literally when I was looking over here, here, like, oh, this sort of reminds me of the shrub. And look, they have the shrub
The shrub?
from the adventure, from the confusion ending when you go on following the adventure line. And he says, "Wait right there. Take a good look at this shrub. It will be important later."
I don't remember that.
You know what? You need to look at this fern. Yeah, that's what it's. It's a fern. Sit there. I'll be right back while you watch this fern.
The meet between two friends. That God happens. Anyway, yeah, that is canonically the narrator now, and I will not be convinced otherwise. Did they actually leave? Yeah. Gravity is crucial. Geomagnetism, with some calculation, we will find your logo. DNA is crucial. We must understand it. Wait, no. DNA is crucial. We must understand it. In the human genome, we will find your logo. Everyone will see it. Every demographic, if they fail to see it. Are they even human? Every demographic. Men 18 to 30.
For the record,
Educated. Women over 40. But
I see that you were singing Lemon even without me. How dare you?
you said for the record and then didn't say anything.
Concept art.
What is for the record?
I got interrupted by the fact that you were singing all of a sudden. But I was going to say, for the record, the lines there for the song of Just the Two of Us, I can never know the melody of the actual song because I am too busy remembering a Doki Doki Literature Club fan song that uses the lines Just the Two of Us. We can make it if we try.
I know the melody. I don't know the exact notes. Like, just the two of us. We can't make it if we try. Just the two of us. It's something like that, but that might not be the exact notes. Just two.
The Stanley Parable 2. Stanley Parable 2. Stanley Parable pause button. The Stanley Parable with a 2 behind... I'm pretty sure that's based off of a fucking, the Beginner's Guide. The Stanley Parable 2.
These all look familiar to me, but I don't know what...
It's predicting my beat.
I feel like at least one of these has to be like The Godfather. One of them might be Grand Theft Auto, but I'm not totally sure. I love this game. This is great.
What is that icon up there?
At the very top, or
Yeah, inside the Google Chrome bubble.
a brain with eyes on it, maybe?
Perhaps. But yeah, this is Resident Evil.
That second one looks like Grand Theft Auto, I think.
That might be Hitman.
Oh, no, yeah, that's what it is. Maybe?
Yeah, Hitman, that's just Stanley Parable. That's Hitman. That is the Beginner's Guide. I don't know what this one is.
I've seen it, I'm sure, but I have no idea.
The same. And that's Resident Evil, because that's what they've been doing as of late. The Last of Us logo says, yeah. Yeah, that's The Last of Us, because the is very thin. Thanks. Just the two of us. We can make it if we try, but each day that's passing by is tearing pages from my mind. It's a good song. I'd make Mako listen to it, but Mako would hate it.
Yes.
Because Mako hates things that are good.
I wouldn't hate it, I would just not want to listen to it.
That is the same thing as hating it.
Oh my god. Two of them. Two of them. Just the two of us. We can make it if we try. Just the two of us.
Why is there a period under?
Two little guys.
Is there
I
a
don't
dot?
know. It's very confusing. I'm not
Now,
feeling
to be
very
clear,
marketed
I
still.
haven't quite nailed down what exactly the Stanley Parable 2 is going to be, but let's take a look at some of the features I've been developing for it. I figure that if I can loosely organize a handful of interesting concepts, that surely the game will sort of naturally spring up around them. It'll all work itself out.
That does
Game
happen for a lot of
development is
games.
much more of a fuzzy magic
And it
than
doesn't
anything
for a lot of
scientific or
others.
logical, really.
Like, there are a lot of ways to make a game, from the ground up, from the top down. You could start with an idea, with a game concept, anything.
Wait, is that plant in the chair? Oh no, it wasn't.
Meeting plan. 9 a.m. Scrum. 10. Design pitch. 11:30. Break. 11:35. Pitch design. 12:02. Number 2 chat.
Is Scrum a real word? Wait.
Yes. A scrum is when everyone gets together to just shoot out ideas.
Oh, okay.
It's mentioned in Danganronpa Vithri.
I think it's also what you do when you're playing like Team Fortress 2 casually. I don't know. 2 eyes, okay.
2
ears
ears.
and nostrils. Alright.
Question mark? Who took the red marker? Me! The end is never the end again, it's in the hurdle too.
All this marketing purely invented for internal use of the game rather than actually advertising it. What? The fuck was that?
Eat!
I agree.
Apple!
Apple. Oh.
I'm clicking it. Feast on hope!
Okay. Egg. That's not how you.
Crunchy. Object to the poison of Uncle Hunger. Reject the poison of Uncle Hunger.
Ah, yes, I eat a raw bell pepper.
Do not trust your pain. Remember to eat.
What the fuck is this?
I don't know, but I agree with it. Eat. Better dead than hungry. Feast.
Is this just an advertisement for the concept of eating things?
As there should be.
Why'd they put that there?
I must consume. They knew I was playing. No liquids. Use
Anything's very good.
use real chump effect. Remember, don't hire delivery drivers. Disrupt food industry. Find child for audio effects. Profit.
What?
Undercut competitions. Check food images. The monetization plan.
It's the summer sloop at the top right.
Competition. Uber Eats. Delivery box. Restaurant boot. Ronald McDonald. We could undercut all competition by going free. Defeat Uncle Hunger. Earn my dad's respect.
Undercut all competition by going free.
So this is the alternative to food. You get to click on an image of food getting eaten. You have undercut all competition by making this app which allows you to eat things without actually needing to buy food.
But what? Why did they put this here?
The core loop. Eating food, yum, and then here, tasty
What does
treat.
this have to do with the Stanley Parable?
This is the Stanley Parable 2! No budget for treats. Must be nostalgic to release date is... Cannot even read that. Eat. I saw the investor showcase. 2. I see a crab. Crab, the ultimate
Crab.
sequel.
Yes, I agree.
2. Sequels are good. Portal 2, Half-Life 2, Batman Arkham Asylum 2, City, Divinity Original Sin 2,
We still
Doom
didn't play
2,
that one.
Aladdin 2, Return of Jafar, and Dark Souls 2. Finally, someone that respects Dark Souls 2. I could agree with all of these ones as far as I could think.
I don't know anything about Doom 2 or Aladdin 2 for Return of Jafar.
Well, yeah, I
Most of
don't
these
know-
are all good, I think.
I don't know about Batman Arkham Asylum 2 either, but I know. But of the 4 of these I do know, I think they're all pretty good. Throw Danganronpa 2 on there for other good sequels.
Persona 2.
No. Two. The prequel to the Stanley Parable.
The prequel.
Wait,
Wait, 2 is the sequel to...
to the Stanley Parable is the prequel to the Stanley Parable 2 is the sequel to the Stanley Parable is the prequel to the Stanley
I
Parable
see,
2.
okay.
Yeah, I see what they're doing there. I'm picking up what they're putting down. Two. You are the sequel.
Oh.
Valued investors, this way to the showroom floor.
I can't get over that mug. Never underestimate someone who drank. their
Never
coffee.
underestimate a coffee drinker on a leather couch across from a blurry room.
New content.
New
New
features.
feature. There's a fucking bus.
Jam City, man. Why is there a bus here? Cool.
That's the indoor bus. Not to be confused with the outdoor bus.
Expo Hall 2?
A very tiny seat in the corner.
The
Wow.
Stanley Parable 2! Elevators.
But why?
Cool.
Here we are. Go on, try out some of the new features.
Office decorations, the Stanley Parable, reassurance booklet. The button that says the name of the player that is playing the game.
Ooh, I want to try that one.
Name. Everyone's got one. Here, yours today. No jumps remaining, player tiers.
No.
New content, part 2. The Compendium. Browse.
This reminds me of Stanley Parable demo. This reminds me of the Stanley Parable.
Enjoy the new frontiers. Cold drinks, taste the sea.
Okay. I'm excited for this. I'm excited for the button that says the name of the player.
For the
Chris.
Stanley Parable 2, I asked myself, what do players really want?
What's that
And
white?
of course, the first and most obvious answer is that they want to be individually recognized and validated as people.
Oh, hello, the
So
dead
with that
plant
in
from
mind,
the
my
skip
first
ending.
addition to the game is this button, which speaks the name of the person playing the game. Isn't that wonderful?
Road to the perfect button. Too big. Too small. Just right.
I'm happy with the big and small ones too. Especially the big one. I don't think a button can be too big actually. Unless it's like so big that you can't see the other end of it.
Dev team.
Really,
Yes.
it's kind of just the same like thought process I have towards like asses and titty.
Hell yeah. The button that says the name of the player playing the game. Try it here.
Like, as long as you can see both ends of it, it's good.
Jim.
Sorry,
That's-
I should have clarified. Right now, the button only says the name Jim. But of course, in the final game, this button will say your name, whatever name that is. Here,
Damn.
let's have you role-play as Jim to really simulate the full experience of
Hey
this
guys,
feature.
I'm
Just
Jim.
play along. I promise you'll love it.
I love
Okay,
the
here
Stanley
we go.
Parable.
Let's take a deep breath, clear your mind, forget whoever you are, and simply become a person named Jim.
I'm Jim.
I want you to imagine yourself living as Jim.
I live as
sleeping
Jim.
and waking as Jim.
I
Falling
eat
in
baby
love
carrots
and being
for
heartbroken
cereal
as Jim.
every morning.
Seizing
eat
all
babies.
the world's possibilities as Jim, and as Jim watching your dreams crumble into dust. Do you feel it deeply? Are you really, truly Jim right now?
I'm Jim.
If so, then please step forward and press the button.
I can't be Jim. It's too much. The pressure's too much to be Jim. Let me out of here, please. I'm Agatha, Bob, Jen, Shira,
Wait,
and all the rest.
Kira.
That's yours.
That's that gay lady from the show. Did we
Yes.
watch that with you, Avery?
Yes.
Okay.
Jim. Yes, you see? What a thrill, what a run. That was you. The button described
That was you.
Do it again, do it again. Jim. It hits even
I'm
harder
Jim.
the second time. If this were the only new feature in the Stanley Parable 2, it would still be worth the money. Let's take a break from the Jim button. I'm too emotionally drained from all of this personal validation. Whoa there, cowboy. Sometimes a
Whoa
person
there,
can be too
cowboy.
much Jim. I'm putting the Jim button away. Otherwise, soon you'll start to lose all sense of who you actually are.
No. Whoa there, cowboy. That's enough excitement for one day.
Too much Jim. Too much Jim.
I suppose I could allow only people named Jim to play the Stanley Parable 2. That would actually save me the work of finishing this feature.
You know there are people whose names are actually Jim who freaked out when they got that.
Yes. Issue 2, Concrete Contemplation, Plain, Reinforced, Restress, Precast, Lightweight, Bag of Sea, Smart, Polymer, and the rest.
You know what the ultimate play is if you write this so that it detects what your actual name on Windows or Steam is, and if Jim is anywhere in them. Oh my god, I love that. I love that. And if Jim is anywhere on that, then it plays a different name instead.
Exactly. I hope that is how that works.
I doubt it.
Please, no screenshots. Investor Showcase tonight, this year's hottest investment opportunities. Sequels, what's better than that? Nothing. Top 10 investors currently visiting the show floor. A whole new office. Please, no screenshot. 999 is the new... Red is new orange.
My friend is mad at me because I asked the question, isn't Scotland just North England? Well, they should be.
They sure fucking shouldn't be. Many improvements. Title story. The work was put in. Reap the results.
That fucking sound!
The baby is all grown up!
I never thought I'd hear There's so much going on. That sound, by the way, I never thought I'd hear that sound again in my life. That's the sound that would always play whenever my mom put her phone on the dashboard in her car. I don't know what actually causes that. It's such a specific thing. Like, I don't even know how many people know
I think
what
it's
I'm
the
talking
electromagnetic field around your phone is like disrupting the radio signal, the speaker signals.
Have you heard it before?
Of course I have.
Okay. I imagine not everyone has, but because I haven't heard it in many, many years.
The new, updated, ray-traced, more of the same but in a good way sequel to the... New features, new content, new ideas? Consistent quality with just the right amount of change! Screen shaders!
They got the CP orange unfinished textures, except it's red instead of orange.
Infinite hole!
Oh.
Yeah, of course you'd be tempted by the infinite hole. Stanley. It's him! It's Stanley!
Fair enough.
0344. I don't know why that is like that. Why is there a comically large rotating Stanley? Merch!
Oh. Alright.
Yeah, my phone's broken. I'm gonna need you to do this for me.
Oh shit, I don't have... look at the other stuff first while I download this, because I don't
Do you have an
actually
iPhone?
Wait. Does it come default?
Just
on
take a
iPhone?
picture of it.
Just take a picture of it. What? Oh, open in Chrome. I see a little bubble that's spinning around. Oh, I click on it. Okay, I don't need a separate app for that.
Yeah.
Welcome to the official website of the Stanley Parable 2. A sequel, huh? Watch her. Okay. Am I gonna have to like? Wait, I can just
Link it to me, you dumbass!
I was my stupid single fucking brain cell thought, am I gonna have to hold my phone up to my webcam and have you stream my webcam? But now that I think about it, there are superior methods. That's not the right link. Wait, I just copied and
What did you say?
on my desktop when I copied it on my phone. Please show them that though. It's a good face. It's a really good face. I screencast your face. Guys, I copied something on my... I copied it on my phone and I pasted it on my desktop, and it was not the same link. Because I have felt high for the past week. I think something has changed inside of me. There's the link.
Okay.
I think that's the face you give to me when you stare at my ass.
Okay. Welcome to the official website of the Stanley Parable 2. Now in Xbox Expo Hall 2. Learn more. Taste the sequel. A sequel, huh? Watch our helpful and informative video to learn more about the Stanley Parable and what the journey of becoming a sequel is all about.
Oh shit, well you're gonna have to screen share this to me.
See
on
there,
Discord.
Timmy.
This is a
What's
9-minute
that you're
video.
enjoying?
This is a 9-minute video.
Mako, you have the website!
Oh, you want us to just,
We just do a countdown.
Okay, yeah, that'll be easy enough.
Okay.
Wait, a second. Okay, go back to exactly 0 seconds. It doesn't let me... Okay, there we go.
And a 1, and a 2, and a 1, 2, 3, go!
Alright. You didn't answer Echo, but it's not important.
See there, Timmy. What's that you're enjoying?
Timmy.
Why? It's breakfast, of course. Everyone loves
I want breakfast. That is
But
like
did you
4
know
different
that
types of
breakfast is
eggs?
getting a sequel?
That's scrambled,
right.
poached,
It's
hard-boiled,
called
and
lunch.
fucking...
And critics are raving that lunch will be everything breakfast was and more. With a little luck, we may even get a trilogy series out of it. Say, you know what a sequel is, don't you, Timmy? Why, sequels are the world's way of clinging helplessly to the past.
Is
We
this the
all
narrator
want
trying
more
to
of
do
the
an
things we
American voice?
love, and we're all afraid of change, which is what makes sequels so popular. New ideas are dangerous to me, and they can lead to early aging. This eager-minded young thinker is just 29 years old. That's why we have sequels, to keep us couched in the familiar and the comfortable. Sequels are the bedrock of a healthy, functional society. And if you look around you, you'll find them everywhere you go. For instance, this man is developing a sequel to the automobile, which we'll call the vertical automobile. It's a useless, impractical invention, and in 2 days' time, the man will be publicly stoned to death for his crimes against gravity. Not all sequels are heretical nonsense, however. Here's the man who invented breathing, which is the sequel to suffocating and dying a slow death. Even your parents are getting a sequel, Timmy. Their names are Rob and Jessica, and they'll be taking care of you once your original parents are sent back in time to fight a secret war for the government. Sequels can be very fashionable. This young woman is wearing 5 shirts at once, which is the sequel to wearing 4 shirts at once. Look at Becky over there, wearing only 2 shirts at once. Get with the times, Becky. In fact, there is only one single thing in the world that isn't a sequel. It's this. We don't know what it is or why it exists, but it's the prequel from which all sequels are derived. And
This
just like
thing.
everything else, the Stanley Parable is getting a sequel too. We all know, of course, that it was your favorite game as a child. Don't you remember those long, lazy afternoons you spent playing the Stanley Parable? Watching your precious youth fritter away hour after hour. We've all wasted our childhoods in one way or another, and you were fortunate enough to get to waste
That was pretty
yours on
good.
the Stanley Parable. But the Stanley
I think I
Parable
was pretty
came out
successful
years
in my
ago,
youth.
and you're not a child anymore.
Did you ever
You're a
pronounce
man,
another?
which is like the sequel to a child.
Trying really hard not
And
to
as
say
a man, you
another.
want manly things like taxes and cheating at baseball. You need a man's video game, Timmy. And that's why the Stanley
Oh.
Parable 2 will be
Is that
perfect
Germa?
for you. It's as manly as video games can get. And if you don't believe me, let's look at the burly hunk of a man who's responsible for the game. Huh, here he is, hard at work. His name is Gregory 8-Pack, and he's the cutting picture of raw, virile masculinity. Gregory is what we call the ideas guy, and he has the most
Ideas
important
guy.
role on the team.
That's all my
The
grandpa
ideas
says,
guy
those
tirelessly comes up with interesting concepts and then hands them off to the rest of the developers for the relatively simple job of turning those concepts into reality. For example, he's the one who picked up the phone and declared, "Someone ought to make a sequel to the Stanley Parable." Good work, Gregory. Go ahead and take the rest of the day off. With the hard part out of the way, work on the game
It's so
can now
weird hearing a
begin.
fake
The
American
game's
accent.
developers must answer a simple question. What makes a sequel in the first place? Well, it's simple. Sequels
It's like
are an
almost
opportunity
right.
to correct the mistakes of their predecessors. We've all made mistakes, and we've all caused harm to someone we love in order to cover up our mistakes. When developing this particular sequel, it's important to start by thinking, what mistakes did the original Stanley Parable make? Well, first off, most of the pornography in the original game was stolen or pirated, and it's time we paid the licensing fees fair and square. Second,
What?
the Stanley Parable was
What?
catastrophic for this man named Leroy, whose personal information, including home address, social security number, and bank information, were all displayed prominently in multiple locations throughout the game. Although Leroy's money and identity were stolen, the fact remains that his personal information was the emotional core of the game, and absolutely vital to
Stop
a nuanced
spamming chat,
understanding
you
of the
fucker.
story. As reparation for the harm we caused him, the sequel will contain a brief and insincere apology to Leroy, tucked deep within the game where it will be difficult to find. Finally, the Stanley Parable made the mistake of leaking too many government secrets about the nature of the Time Wars. Without these
What?
intricate details of specific military tactics, the story is likely to make very little sense. But we've decided to remove them from the sequel in the interest of helping the state's efforts. We'll
What?
get to you yet, Time Dracula. Now then, it's time to set about constructing the Stanley Parable 2. Game
Lore?
development is a difficult and complex art, one which can only be fully understood by this race of hyper-intelligent child soldiers bred in laboratories. They begin by studying the original Stanley Parable. Here it is in its raw, untouched form, a specimen of technological perfection.
That's the Stanley
Time to
Parable?
exploit it for profit. We begin by adding jokes. The
I'm
Stanley
so
Parable was
confused.
most widely known for its stark lack of humor, bucking all conventional industry wisdom. It was a bold artist statement that its developers stood firmly behind. But in 2022, it's impossible to reach even a single consumer of video games without jokes of some kind. So very well, jokes it'll be. During its development, over 500 kiloliters of comedy will be funneled directly into the core of the Stanley Parable 2, creating jobs for hundreds of machine operators and producing 30,000 tons of pollutant chemical byproduct, which will be pumped directly into local lakes,
Am I
rivers,
awake
and
right
beautiful
now?
nature reserves like
No.
these all over the country.
No.
Another common complaint of the Stanley Parable is that there wasn't enough gameplay. And so for the sequel, its developers have gone to great lengths to fix this problem. Here we can see gameplay being printed onto sheets.
We're
Every
experiencing
video
gameplay
game
right now.
contains as many as 1,000 sheets of gameplay, and several of the largest games ever made contain close to 1,500.
I'm gonna.
On mobile devices, the gameplay sheets have to be printed smaller. For the Stanley Parable 2, as many as 35 new gameplay sheets
I'm
are
losing
being
my
printed,
fucking mind.
each of which must be delicately massaged by the hands of a child before being added into the game. This man is stealing gameplay sheets from the factory, which he likely intends to use for a personal project he's been developing in his spare time. A good public stoning will cure him of that inclination. Let's check on Gregory real quick. Ha! Still recovering from a hard day's work. Don't you move a muscle. Next up, it's time to blackmail the press. In a competitive market, blackmailing your local journalist can be one of the most effective methods of creating word-of-mouth buzz for your sequel. In fact, blackmail is the currency of social progress. From your neighborhood grocer to the teacher at your school to the man who helps you steal HBO, everyone responds to blackmail. And if you've never done it before, it's easy to practice at home on your friends and family. Simply follow the instructional pamphlet that your teacher hands out after the end of the film. And finally, there's one last tool at our disposal for making the sequel feel fresh and exciting, and that's packaging the game with collector's edition merchandise. If you order the Stanley Parable 2, you'll receive this cow's egg. A single egg will produce over 1,000 cows, which are, of course, the sequel to pigs. And there you have it. Everything there is to know about producing the Stanley Parable 2.
Cows are the sequel to pigs, Mac.
Of course, you may know that there is also a game titled The Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe. So which game is the true sequel to the Stanley Parable? It's an excellent question, Billy. One which the child soldiers have been working round the clock to come up with an answer to. And after many weeks of diligent research, the conclusion they've reached is, who gives a shit? All that matters is that it's more content for you to cram down your insatiable gullet. You don't want thoughtful and nuanced answers to complex questions, Billy. You just want to eat bubble gum and cheat at hopscotch. So get out there and consume. Do your civic duty and bully your parents into buying you every version of the Stanley Parable 2 on every platform. Tell your friends to bully their parents as well. It's through community efforts like these that the world comes together, in harmony and connection. And it's only through this connection that we'll defeat Time Dracula once and for all. Don't let the time-traveling vampires win. Buy the Stanley Parable 2 and pledge to support all sequels for today, tomorrow, and into the great unknowable beyond.
Dude. From 1953 to 1956. Because he is a time soldier.
That's new! If you're more of a prequel sort of person, check out the Stanley Parable. You're like, fine, you're the rest of the exhibit.
No, we can't. I just. Oh, the fucking.
Yeah, look at from the video.
We need to talk about.
The fact that Billy's dead?
The moment they started brushing like strips of rectangular paper across an egg was the moment I realized my brain is no longer a solid object. It is a liquid mixture swirling around in my skull now. That was the most surreal thing I've ever seen in my entire life. The constantly failing American accent throughout the whole thing. Oh my god. I keep doing reality checks, like I keep pinching myself to make sure I'm not just dreaming, because I feel like I am. I'm looking at my hand and this does not look like my own hand right now. Anyway.
Back to the game!
Jesus Christ, you're gonna have to start the screen share again.
I saw the new content!
Oh, Christ.
That... I can't believe Billy's fucking dead.
Rest in peace, Billy.
Bucket! Just pick it up! 2. The end is never the end again.
Hey there, V. You just missed us watching the video.
This t-shirt is the best new feature! 2 is more than 1, is less than 2, is more...
Okay, Echo wants to know who in Homestead has the fattest head.
Nepeta.
Oh. No, I'd say Mulin.
Well, okay, if we're talking about everyone, then yeah, Mulin, but, like... Cat titty. Office decorations? The Stanley Parable Reassurance Bucket.
Yes, the bucket.
A common complaint of the Stanley Parable was that it was confusing and paradoxical, that it engendered a chaotic sense of reckless despair in those who
Gender,
played it.
I can't play
Well,
this.
I'm happy to say that after much consideration, I've engineered a clever solution to this fundamental problem with the game. It's the Stanley Parable Reassurance Bucket. You see, Stanley, anytime you're holding the bucket, a sense of calm and ease will fill your mind and your heart. It's true. As long as you hold on to the bucket, the many disorienting contradictions of the Stanley Parable will feel perfectly normal and perhaps even comforting. You may even come to long for the gentle embrace of jarring cognitive dissonance while the bucket is in your arms. And to be honest,
I've been feeling
it's
a lot of
much more
cognitive dissonance.
convenient solution for me than actually redesigning the game to be less uncomfortable. Can you imagine what a pain in the ass that would be? Yes, the bucket is the perfect solution. Come on, give it a try.
Kanaya is also a decent suggestion, I guess.
Board members, please note that you must use the following terms as often as possible.
Synergy.
No one but us actually knows what this means. It adds to our prestige. Incentivize. This refers to the metaphorical whip which provides the incentive. Unpack refers to looking for meaning in a big pile of rubbish. Ping. Send a message. Childlike onomatopoeia which probably makes us sound cute. Deep dive. Discuss in depth. Makes a tedious meeting sound like more of an undersea adventure. Good for motivation. Reach out. We do not call. We do not email. We reach out. No one can complain if we are simply reaching out. Like a friend. Like a lover.
Glad I asked about homosexuals 8 seconds before the bucket appeared.
Bucket. One day. Bucket! Just pick it up.
My God.
Can you feel it? The glow of comfort, even in the face of crushing despair, must already be sweeping through your
You have
body.
equipment.
And in fact, can I say that I do believe the bucket lends you an air of charisma as well? I think that just holding it has made you the slightest bit more attractive as a person. The benefits of the bucket seem to go
Hey,
on
will
and
you
on,
have sex
don't
with me?
they? All this and more.
Can I carry a
awaits you
bucket?
In the Stanley Parable too.
You have to.
I'd be so down. I have
Does
this
anyone
now.
give out awards for most enjoyable bucket in a video game? That really should be an award if it isn't already.
What's in this hole? Epilogue.
An epilogue would be fun, wouldn't it, Stanley?
Did you do that last?
Yes, it will go at the end of the, well, we'll figure that out later.
Was that a Cards Against Humanity card? It almost looked like it.
No.
No.
Stanley Parable 2. It just
Did I read
works.
that one?
Yes. It's just the meeting time at 2. Free. New and easy achievement. I can't believe it's that simple. Yeah.
Yeah.
Settings World Champion.
Free achievement.
Infinite hole. Free achievement. Settings. Free achievement. Free achievement. Oh, jump circle.
You know what? Let's bring the jump circle back for Stanley Parable 2 as well. It's... Oh, wait. You already spent all your jumps the first time we saw the jump circle. Oh well. I suppose it can just be a nice decorative piece then.
I told you you were gonna want to save some for later.
Smacko! You
I
can't
mean-
know these things.
Either way, like, you're getting different content either way, so it's like, it doesn't really matter which choice you make in terms of that kind of thing. Either he comments about you having jumps, or he comments about you not having jumps.
Free achievement. Get yours right now. Pull the lever, receive an achievement. No more steps. It just works. Get yours right now.
Now here's something special. You remember that broken test achievement that got left in the game on accident? Well, I'm developing a technology to simply give you the achievement. Yes, you see, you'll come to this lever, and when you pull it, the achievement will be given to you. It's as simple as that. Okay, perhaps I should have clarified. This is technology that will exist. Right now, the achievement is still fully broken. I'm not a wizard, Stanley, but I guarantee it will be fixed in the sequel to at last satisfy the hordes of ravenous fans all over the world who have been uproariously demanding this feature. Gamers, we hear you, and I promise it will happen.
Hearing the narrator say the word gamers. Damn.
I pulled the lever. Give me achievement.
Can't believe Matt goes back seating Avery. I am quite far back in my seat right now.
Mako, you fill up the entire seat. I don't think that counts.
I will have you...
Because they hacked the game. V.
What else? What other exhibits haven't we seen yet?
Or they set their system clock forward. Maybe. It's probably an easy way to do it on all platforms, if it works. Maybe that's the last one. Collectibles.
Guy,
Oh my God.
you are here. Jump circle. This map. Free achievement. The one that says the name of the player that is playing the game. Merch. Settings World Champion. The Stanley Parable Reassurance Bucket. Office decorations. Epilogue. Collectibles. Infinite hole. Exit.
Okay, wait, where's the exit? Just so you know not to go there. The exit is like forward and to the left from here, I think.
I think
Eh,
exit says that way.
okay. Oh yeah, the exit's in that sign.
Yeah. I guess I could just meander around everywhere else first.
Yep. Collectible.
Collectible. Can you find them?
Can you find them? Can you find them?
Collect
Can
them
you
all.
Ah, collectibles. Now it's a real video
Why
game.
is this so
In
zen?
the Stanley Parable 2, you'll run around gathering up these miniature Stanley figurines. And what's truly innovative is that there will be no reward for collecting all of them. I don't want to stifle the intrinsic joy of watching a number go up. You simply collect all of them, and then you move the hell on with your unremarkable life.
Why is it like this?
It literally won't let me leave. I have no choice but to take.
Collect the Stanley. Yeah. I hope there's probably more in the game.
God, it
actually
really
fun.
is the worst when you collect everything in a video game and then they give you a big fancy reward for it. Absolutely tragic.
Tragic. The Infinite Hall. Alright, you still got the settings world champion, which that door was locked. Office
Yes.
decorations.
How do I
And
get
the
to
Infinite
office
Hall.
decorations? That was that way.
Okay, I'll be honest, I haven't yet decided on this one. I think that in the new version, the office could use a bit of decoration, like balloons. But I'm undecided on Get Well Someday and Happy 12th Birthday. Which would you go with?
Alright, Avery, what are you feeling?
Out of the two of these, get well someday, because that just applies to everyone. It's
Yeah.
likely not your 12th birthday, but you probably are not your ideal, and you will get better at someday.
You know, sometimes when you solicit another person's opinion, it makes you realize that you knew which one you actually really wanted
Yeah, I know
all
that
along.
feeling.
Happy 12th birthday, step-niece it is. Or actually, maybe I should have gone with... No, I've made my decision, we're moving on.
I
Come
hope
now,
it was
you've
filled
already
like
made your
normal
choice.
game after
It's
this
true
playthrough.
that you chose badly, but we all have to move on from our mistakes.
Why would you choose the 12th birthday one, Avery? Come on.
Shut the fuck up. Oh, holy moly, how deep can we dig? You'll probably see other things later. Time, depth, time / deeper, distant space-time, distant future.
God, it's the Pepsi Galaxy.
Depth in the surrounding area. Whole entrance, infinity. The answer will mildly surprise you. Even a whole chart, whole depth, space, more whole, question mark, science, infinity, more, falling, educational use only.
Oh God, is this the fucking mystery flesh pit?
It just keeps going.
Wait, is that what the Earth looks like inside? Cause that looks like flesh. Like all the stuff on the top looks normal, but then why is it all red and veiny? What the fuck? Are we going to the mystery flesh pit?
Mystery flesh.
Stanley, here's an idea that I'm truly fond of. It's never been done before in a video game. This is, in fact, a hole that you can fall down forever. That's
Never
right.
before.
Infinite falling. You can fall until the end of time, if you like. A stunning leap forward for video games as a medium.
Alright, I gotta look up the lyrics to a song real quick before you go in there.
I've got some falling to do.
Can I have the Romaji, please? Okay, I got it.
Ready?
Yeah. 誰もが逆らえずに拭い
You
て
see,
いく
isn't it wonderful? One of my more ingenious concoctions, if I do say so. Now, since you've gotten to see the infinite hole, you can press the teleport button to pop back up to the top, and we can continue onward.
目指す先は深く
Now, I don't mean to be a bummer, but I do recommend you use the teleport button to go back to the top. Maybe do it on the sooner rather than later spectrum of things.
Okay,
Stanley, I don't know quite how to say this tactfully, but it's possible that I slightly exaggerated the infinite nature of the hole. Is it a very, very deep hole? To be certain it is. It's an extremely deep hole. I don't want anyone to say that it isn't an astonishingly deep hole. It is. Is it infinite? Well, that sort of depends on your definition of infinity. From one perspective, the infinite is merely philosophical in nature. It's more
I don't
of a...
like that it's about to...
Okay, well, good for you. You found the bottom of the hole. You found me out, Stanley. I'm a liar and a cheat, and you're so clever. Look, I think the issue here is just that you're unusually fascinated by falling. What normal person actually wants to fall infinitely? I figured the hole was as deep as anyone would actually need. Don't you put this on me. Maybe you're the problem. Look, things got a little heated there. I think we both said some things we didn't mean. Why don't we just put all this behind us and agree to just call the hole mostly infinite? If that works for you, then go ahead and press the teleport button to warp up to the top of the hole and we can move on. I'll just be up here when you're ready.
You did it.
I'm in a hole!
Oh, you can see the top. You gonna go back up?
Great. Now, I'm very excited to show you even more of my ideas for the sequel. Oh, for heaven. You see, I was right. The problem is you. The problem is that you like holes too much. Not normal. A normal person would have said, yep, that's an infinite hole right there, goes on forever till the end of time. Don't need to see it all, but not you. Oh, no, 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 no. You have a weird sort of... Oh. Did the hole seem even shorter to you this time?
Oh,
I
no.
couldn't help but feel like you spent a little less
We're
time
progressing.
than you did before. I mean, admittedly, I didn't make an infinite hole, but I didn't think it was that not infinite. Well, I suppose
once
once
you
again there's
teleport or
nothing
not
to
in
do
the
here.
hole?
If you
I
decide
doubt you
you've
can
had
do that.
enough of the hole, you can hit the teleport button and come join me up above.
Like, try hitting
Had
G
enough?
not inside
I'm
of it.
positively thrilled. I really do have so much more to show you and to talk about, and I've had enough of the hole for a lifetime.
Doesn't do anything. I figured.
Gosh, how could I have guessed? You're back in the hole. If this starts to become a thing where... Wow. Okay. Yes. I'm starting to become extremely certain that the hole is not only not infinite, but that it's growing steadily less and less infinite. I suspect that I'm starting to hit the point where it's no longer feasible to call the hole infinitely deep, even by the lax overall standards for accountability in marketing. What's going on here? Stanley, I have no explanation for the uncertain nature of the hole's length. Here, let's try something. Let's pop back up to the top, and we'll see if it gets any shorter. Well, there it is. The shame of my lie has come to haunt me. Not only is the hole not infinite, but it's barely even a hole at this point. It's more of a concavity, or even a very aggressive divot.
Very aggressive divot.
How is this still appealing to you? I know you're obsessed with holes, but at
I am.
this depth, I just can't see this scratching the itch. Oh, who am I to judge? You just do whatever it is you're here to do and hit the teleport button when you're ready to move on. Is the, teleport button not working?
Oh no.
You sure? Well, I mean, I really don't have an explanation. It was working just a moment ago.
Programming.
Try it again.
We're already at the
Still
surface
nothing?
because it's too shallow.
Well, I suppose there is one thing I can do to fix this. I'm out. Goodbye, Stanley. You couldn't bear to be away from the hole, and now you'll get more time with it than you could ever have asked for. It's a win for everyone. You get to be with the hole, I get to do literally anything else.
Yeah, it's like one of the fancy
Take care,
recessed floor
Stanley.
couches.
I hope
I
you
wouldn't
and the
mind lying
hole
down in here.
have a wonderful rest of eternity together.
Oh, there he goes. Maybe with some more pillows and stuff. Oh? What's happening?
Oh,
Oh. And you'd have easily missed all of this.
that's the Stanley Parable for you.
Stanford Parabola. What? Change your perception. Wait, I like this music. Change your reality. Wait, this one actually kind of stops. Oh. Change yourself.
My head's stronger. Now you're no longer using up the space of mine.
One of the haunted files in my laptop.
What?
What are you? Wait, they have like different. Oh no!
Stanley! Oh good, you're awake. It
What
seems you
the
had sort of
fuck?
dozed off there, drifting away into dreamland. But we can't have that, Stanley, because this hole is just so darn fascinating that I want you to be wide awake for every second of it. You don't want to miss
That
a
was
single
fun.
moment. So
This game is
how about if I
incredible.
just pop in from time to time and wake you up to keep you really, truly focused on the hole? From the looks of things, you and I will have many, many years here in this hole, and I'm looking forward to all of them. Stay alert, Stanley. I'll be back. Toodlepip.
Can't believe Avery's about to get the knee-high hole ending. Oh no. Oh no, not again. Wait! Okay,
Here we are. Go on, try out some of the new features.
and you stole your bucket, so I guess it saved your progress?
Wait, then what happens if I go and try to get a bucket?
I think you probably just already have it, so...
I see.
That was a new experience. I've never seen anything like that before.
I like that we changed art styles.
Like I was trying to think of what to compare it to, and I just couldn't think of it. I just couldn't. No more.
No more. I wish the sign said updated to say that it's the mostly infinite hole.
Ugh.
Oh, is that everything?
There's the.
Oh yeah, the settings world champion.
Oh yeah, you think you have to get that achievement to unlock the door? God. I will say your APM during these settings is quite high.
This is the story of a man named Stanley.
What was that? APM?
Actions per minute. Yeah, you toggle that VSync. You didn't do the video settings. I hope you don't have to rebind your controls. Well, I guess that wouldn't take that long. Oh?
Aha! I can see you've gotten the Settings World Champion achievement. Well
Nice.
done. You've experienced
did
every
it.
setting, traveled to all corners of the settings menu. There's nothing you haven't seen. So, just for you, in the Stanley Parable 2, I'm including an entirely new setting, something called bumpscosity.
Boom,
What
viscosity!
exactly is bumpscosity? Well, I haven't quite figured that part out yet, but I just know that you'll be able to adjust it on some sort of slider, and that it'll be available from the settings menu. We'll sort the rest of the details out later. I hope you're looking forward to trying out every level of bumpscosity in the Stanley Parable 2.
I want bumpscosity!
Please tell me there's a bumpscosity slider in your menu now.
You are the champion of setting all the sliders to all possible numbers. Please enjoy this room. This is your room. It was made just for you.
Dorselessness.
They will never get the setting sliders to every possible setting. Good job, you did it. Congratulations, Settings World Champion. Settings World Champion.
You're the best.
Bumpscosity!
Yes.
Adjust the bumpscosity! 0, 1. Okay. Let's try 1 bumpscosity.
I'd say just set it up to like 20 something and leave it at that and see if you know, like not all the way at max, but quite high.
Mako, I only have, I have 0,
like-
1, 12, 50, 76, 100, and 1000. And the answer is 1000.
The answer is 1000. Wait, did that model change?
What model?
To the right. That photocopier. Or am I just crazy? I think I'm crazy.
Maximum
I thought-
bumpscosity.
It seemed like the photocopier had gotten slightly more bumpscosified.
Dorsless. Avery, do you know dorselessness? Yes, I'm aware of dorselessness.
Gooseworks is one of my favorite YouTubers.
Yeah, mostly infinite hole.
I guess that's everything here. Man, this sequel is gonna be great.
I can't wait, honestly. So yeah, jump circle, this map, free achievement, abundance of merch, settings, world champions, reassurance, office decorations, epilogue, collectibles, infinite hole, exit. Yep.
Just a sequel that spends its entire runtime hyping itself up and then never actually happening.
All right, have you seen everything you wanted to? Ready to move on now?
Oh, it's like one of those theaters where you look
So,
at like
Stanley, what do you
cosmic.
think? Do you like all of the new features? Yes, I know it's not
Holograms.
exactly clear
Planetarium?
yet how exactly these
Yeah.
features will come together as one single coherent video game, but I can feel it in my soul. It's going
Hashtag
to work.
just
There's
sing me things.
definitely a good game in there somewhere. Say, let's do an experiment. I'll arrange these new features together, and we'll see whether or not it coheres into a meaningful gameplay experience. Okay. Are you ready? Here it is. I give you the Stanley Parable 2.
Come on.
Oh, that's all the features. There's a jump circle.
Well, I mean, there's potential here, right? It's sort of... Okay, never mind.
That's the whole
Hold
game.
on. Let me do a different arrangement. Okay, yes, this is much better. I feel good about this. Here we go. Version 2. Who am I kidding, Stanley? This isn't a coherent video game at all. It's a lot of gags. And I do very much enjoy creating gags, but they don't add up to anything. I wanted more than anything to create a sequel that would capture all the magic of the first game. I wanted fans to love it. No matter how good these gags are, they won't stand on their own. They would need the structure and the gameplay of the original. Wait, maybe that's it. I can take the original Stanley Parable and simply,
Hey, relook at it.
insert a few of my new features into it. Tastefully, of course. With respect. With care for the vision and integrity of the original game. Would it possibly work? I suppose it could. But it would need a really, really tremendous title screen. A title screen that says with bold and uncompromising conviction, "This is the Stanley Parable 2. Let me see if I can whip something up. All right, perfect. Go ahead. Take a look.
The Stanley Parable 2. Oh.
Wow. Wobbly hole wobble.
Oh.
Settings. Bumpscosity.
We're approaching a door. That probably loops.
Probably. Begin the game.
Do you know about the AI generated emotions? What are you talking
This
about?
is the story of a man named Stanley. Stanley worked for a company in a
Yes.
building where he was
Yep.
employee number 427. Employee number
War has
427's
changed.
job was simple. He sat at his desk in room 427 and he pushed buttons on a keyboard. Orders came to him through a monitor on his desk, telling him what buttons to push, how long to push them, and in what order.
Yes, check
This
one
is what
and welcome.
employee 427 did every day.
So you can use your other
every
hand
month
for other
of
things.
every year. And although others might have considered
Jerking
it
off.
soul-rending, Stanley relished every moment that the orders came in, as as though he had been made exactly for this job. And Stanley was happy. And then one day, something very peculiar happened. Something that would forever change Stanley. Something he would never quite
Yeah, this is a
forget.
whole fucking sequel
He
disguised
had been
as
at
a
his desk for
re-release,
nearly
huh?
an hour when he realized
Sure
that
fucking
not
is.
one single order had arrived on the
I
monitor.
love games
for
that do
him to
this shit.
follow. No
Remember
one showed up
the
to give
fucking
him
hell with the
instructions,
balloons?
call a meeting,
Remember how
or even
Deltarune
say
released itself
hi.
as a survey?
Yes.
Never in all his
Yes,
years
oh
at the
my God,
company
I love
had
it.
this
I
happen.
fucking love, like,
This
I
complete
kept,
isolation. Something was very clearly wrong.
I kept like just waiting
Shocked,
for it to like,
frozen solid.
like
Stanley
is this
found himself unable to move
is this a
for
game?
the longest time.
Yeah, like
But as he
Deltarune-
came to his wits and regained
like,
his senses,
okay, we got a
he
little
got up
thingy
from his
here.
desk and stepped out of his office.
Wow, there's a whole little like miniature like game here. And then the game kept becoming less and less miniature as I kept playing it.
All of his co-workers were gone.
And I was
What
like,
could
oh,
it mean?
this is a
Stanley
whole
decided
house.
to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers.
Plot twist, that was
please.
actually all the new
Are you
content.
really
Now
just
the game
doing
just
this
has
for the
balloons in it.
achievement? Click a door 5 times. Is that all that you think an achievement is worth? No. I can't just give these merits away for such little effort. A measly 5 clicks. Now suppose you were to click the door 20
Just
times.
posted it in the
I would
inbox.
say that's the kind of effort that
Oh,
warrants
I'm
recognition.
curious.
bucket.
The bucket!
Stanley picked up the bucket.
Stanley picked up the bucket.
The balloon is at work.
AI generated emotion. Oh god. Katunga.
I have to say, I'm still not feeling the satisfaction of witnessing true effort for a noble cause. Perhaps 50 clicks will do it.
This is
Yes,
such a-
almost certainly 50 clicks.
The one near the bottom left where it's text like on top of a strip of
No,
flesh
I'm
for the
still
word.
not feeling it. You see,
like the
now
flesh
that
is
you've
part
gotten
of
the
the
bucket
word.
involved,
What the-
my
new
standards
content?
have gone up. Merely clicking a single door is no longer enough. Now, I want to see you press this bucket against multiple doors. Now that's the kind of thing that merits an achievement. Why don't you put 20 bucket touches into door 417? Okay, great. Now, go touch the bucket on door 437 a few times. Yes, now we're getting somewhere. How about door 415? Give it some bucket love.
Bucket love, and they call it bucket love.
I don't know what that is.
Puppy love.
Now back to door number 437.
It's a song, Mako. Geez, gotta learn a fucking music. You can't be the only
You know,
music
I
person
think the
here.
copy machine needs some attention. Why don't you rub the bucket on it a bit? All right, back to room 417. I'm really feeling it now. I think we're getting somewhere.
So how long
Okay,
you
now bring the
planning on
bucket
playing
on
this?
top of employee 419's desk. Yes, this is great.
What?
Now the bucket knows exactly what it's like to be employee 419. Now, let's introduce it to door 416.
How long are you planning on playing this tonight?
Until I win.
We've almost got it. Now
I
let
don't
the
know.
bucket and
Or
the
for a
copy
while.
machine touch again.
It has been 4 hours already.
I'm experiencing new content.
Finish it off, Stanley. 5 touches of the bucket on door 430.
Yeah, I'm just tired,
2,
but I
3,
wanna...
4.
Yes, we did it.
Bucket.
Oh, that felt amazing. You know, not all buckets will get this kind of experience. They won't all know what it's like to slam repeatedly against nearly every door in one section of an office building, or what it's like to be employee 419. Buckets may dream of an experience like this, but few can say they've truly lived it. You've given a bucket hope today. Stanley, I'm very proud of you.
You're such a good person.
And yet I almost certainly still do not have that achievement.
So if you go up to the thing, is there gonna be a new content again?
I do not see anything there.
Oh.
It is back to being door 416.
Yeah, it's the question of How much more
Stanley
is
clutched
there?
the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
I guess having the bucket is probably gonna be a variable here.
Still no one was here. Stanley needed the bucket's warmth and comfort now more than ever. Perhaps his boss's office was where he'd find answers. Oh, Stanley, can you feel it? The broom closet. It wants the bucket. You can feel that, can't you? The aura of jealousy? It's as clear as day. This broom closet believes it deserves the bucket. I can really feel it now. It's a bucket. It belongs
fucking
in the
louse.
broom closet. That's what the broom closet
Fuck
is
you,
trying
broom
to say
closet.
here. It's supposed to go with the other cleaning supplies. Good for you, Stanley. Don't give in. Don't hand over the bucket. I know how hard it must be, given the pressure that the broom closet is putting on your shoulders right now, but you have to be strong. This is your bucket. This is your companion and lifelong friend. You can't hand it over.
Ginger thinks your achievements are
Getting
bugged
into
until you
name calling
restart
now, it
Steam.
seems. Is this how low the broom closet has sunk that it has to resort to this stream of petty insults simply in order to get you to hand over the bucket? Stanley, I never liked this broom closet for a variety of reasons, but even this is worse than I had imagined. And wait, now the broom closet has the gall to imply that you and the bucket are not truly deep and lasting friends? That your relationship is purely superficial and convenient?
How dare
that your
you,
life is
you
so
hussy.
banal and meaningless that you'd feel the same sort of kinship towards any inanimate object which happened to lay in your path in an even partially enticing manner? Well, I never. Go on, Stanley.
What was that
Lay
duck
into it.
sound he
Really
made?
tell the broom closet off for its demeaning comments.
Fuck
Expand
you.
on the wide
My
variety of
bucket
experiences
friend,
you and the
good
bucket
friend
have shared
bucket,
together.
experience
Go through
walk,
each of them
door
point
touch,
by point.
friendship
Share your
bucket,
journal
door.
entries detailing the rich emotional landscape of your feelings for the bucket
Friend,
as they have changed and evolved over the
bucket,
years.
friend.
Let him have it.
Bucket friend, touch, door, friend.
Okay, I've got you something which I think will help settle this debate once and for all. Here we go. There.
My
Now it's settled.
bucket!
No more debate, no more discussion. Take a hike, broom closet, with all your meandering philosophical diatribes about the nature of cleaning supplies and their relationship to broom closets in the natural order of things.
Did you hear what I said
I've
about
got a
the
second
achievements, by
sticker
the way?
back here, and I'm going to slap it on as well because I think it's appropriate. You see, I feel that it works because the sticker is also a bucket. That way, if you're ever unsure whether the thing you're holding is a bucket or not,
Is this a
you can
bucket?
look down at this sticker and say to yourself, ah, it's a bucket. There really is a wide variety of applications for this sticker.
Bucket, bucket, bucket.
You know what?
bucket.
I could take the name-calling and the dismissal of your kinship with the bucket, but now the broom closet is just giving us the silent treatment. And to be honest, I'm sick of the pettiness on display. You can stay here all you like, but I've had it with this impetulant room of cleaning supplies. Easily the most childish such room I've ever been in. I'll see you outside, and we can get on with the story about you and your bucket.
Bucket, 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 bucket.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
I love the note that we have the bucket. There's every chance they can get.
Oh,
You found one of them. One of the miniature Stanley figurines. Remember, no reward for collecting all of these, only the intrinsic pleasure of a job well done. You can't buy that sort of happiness, Stanley. God knows I've tried. So, I implore you to savor each and every moment you come across one of these beautiful figurines.
Because the boss knows. What? Yeah, we've seen that one.
wait, but for real though, Avery, how long, like, do you... I feel like you might have reached the halfway point.
I have bucket! I'm gonna finish this run and probably might call it then, because you apparently really want me to call it.
Well, it's just... I'm just tired and I want to go to bed, but I don't want to miss any of this.
Then I'll stop. I'll finish.
We'll play again on Saturday.
Bucket.
Because it's always the worry of, like, is the game almost
Stepping
over, or
into
there's
his
still, like,
manager's
5 hours
office,
left?
Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Crushed by the weight of this revelation, Stanley may have broken down into an emotional dumpster fire if not for the
What?
soothing presence of the bucket.
The bucket.
Even now, in his darkest of hours, did the bucket's warmth and guiding light pierce the dark clouds of confusion and chaos. It would be with him always. The bucket would, and he knew it. The two of them were inseparable. At this point, Stanley was so absorbed in the tender spiritual connection he shared with the bucket that he didn't notice the keypad behind the boss's desk. Nor in his bliss of simply being near the bucket did he have any notion that the PIN number for the keypad was 2845. Stanley just sat around twiddling his thumbs. Trying to input anything on the device was useless, since he could never possibly know that the combination... But Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck. Was it that the bucket knew all along?
The bucket
was
knew.
The bucket guiding
The
him?
bucket.
Yes, this is certainly the most logical explanation.
Maybe.
Bucket.
The elevator raced downward, plummeting towards an unknown fate. It would be all Stanley could do to keep himself together, if not for the bucket. Soothing him, comforting him, reassuring that in this darkest moment of uncertainty, he would be all right.
Because it's filled with friendship,
The bucket
BioGamer.
is here for you, Stanley. Everything will be fine. Wait, Stanley said to the bucket. Can we go back up? When I was pressing those keypad buttons, there was something very intriguing about the number 3. I want to go back so I can try pressing the number 3 again. The bucket said nothing.
Huh? What happened if you press number 3?
I am smart.
Here we are, said Stanley. Now I'm going to try out that number 3 button. He took the bucket over to the keypad and began absolutely slamming on the number 3 over and over and over. Wow, he said. The number 3 is such a special button. I'm having the time of my life. Stanley looked expectantly at the bucket, but the bucket remained silent. This was a shock to Stanley, who had always felt such a connection with the bucket. How was this not as exciting to the bucket as it was to him? Once Stanley had had enough of the number 3, he got back in the elevator.
Something was glowing? Maybe? But where?
Don't talk to me about anything. I'm gaming right now.
Perhaps the bucket had missed something. Perhaps it had not seen how much joy Stanley got from slamming the number 3 repeatedly.
Loading.
A hint of regret nagged in the back of Stanley's mind. Should he demonstrate the number 3 for the bucket again?
No.
No, said Stanley to the bucket. You can't go on yet. Not till you understand how much the number 3 means to me.
The number 3 is
You and I
important.
have been through so much together, and I just want you to see what I see. Feel the happiness I feel. He smiled at the bucket, and the bucket said nothing.
Mako at me whenever Mako shows me any show. And then I don't experience the joy.
Aw.
Like when you show me the Funny Man show.
Here we go, said Stanley.
What Funny
This
Man
time
show?
I'll really show you. He ran to
Congratulations.
the number 3 and began to wail
Done
on
it.
it like a musician on a beloved instrument, weaving a
Seminary?
concerto of
Yeah,
truth
it's
and
Merrick.
passion. He wielded the number 3 like a fine artist would wield a paintbrush. He told stories through the number 3, stories of his dreams and hopes and fears, and the whole time he looked to his bucket for a reaction of some kind. Anything to let him know that the bucket appreciated what he was doing. The bucket conveyed absolutely
He may have
nothing
been
at
wrong.
all. Only silence. Crushed by a wave of dejection, Stanley returned to the elevator. Stanley and the bucket were so close, they'd always been there for one another. Why suddenly could the bucket not connect with this passion of Stanley's? The question caused Stanley to ruminate the whole way down the elevator. He knew that there must be a way to get through to the bucket, to communicate fully with his dear friend. Surely there was a
Bucket
solution, mustn't there be?
Three.
3. Oh no.
Ah, said Stanley.
Oh, okay, it
I
is
know
still
what to
going.
do. I know how to fully express this feeling in my heart. He decided right then and there that he would hold a press conference where he would speak to the public on all matters relating to pressing the number 3 over and over. He would elaborate fully on what the number 3 meant to him and why he felt so alive when pressing it. Then the bucket would be able to see his joy through the eyes of others. It would get to see the world react to this discovery of Stanley's. And it would be through the public eye that the bucket would finally understand Stanley's work. For months, he advertised and marketed his press conference, building excitement around it, developing and rehearsing it, until it couldn't
This
be
is the whole
refined a
route.
single measure further. When the big day arrived, Stanley was as prepared as he'd ever been for anything in his life.
All eyes on Stanley, live on stage. World's healthiest human being, all tricks revealed. How that we did it. The pyramids. Live, the guy who went to Mars. Just the one dude.
Ginger never found those.
The storyteller. Stanley reveals all in his new book. That's the thing about Stanley Purple. There are always things that nobody's found yet. An evening world peace, baby.
Thank you, World Peace, baby.
The man, the process, the myth, the legend, the parable. Stanley from the Stanley Parable. Tonight live on stage. The Stanley Parable Stanley tonight live on stage. There's just an orb over there.
Wait, look at that hand. I feel like I've used that exact PNG of the hand in one of my videos. Or at least one very similar to it. But I feel like that might actually be the exact same one.
Q&A with the world's first sentient machine. It's fuckable. Doing great. A conversation with Alexander the Great.
Well,
To stage. 3.
are we gonna get the Stanley Parable
This
3
was
in
it.
this?
One last chance to win the bucket over. One opportunity to share a true connection with a loved one.
3 again.
I
Stanley
like this
story.
wallpaper, it's like eyes.
Yee. Wish you were here. Aloha from the Freedom ending. Narrator Airlines official. I went to
played
the
demo.
the demo 47 Adventure. Oh wait, to the Adventure Line 8. I went to the Mind Control facility. All I got was this lousy sticker.
This is very much an Avery game.
3. That's the magic number. Yes, it is. A shockingly three-dimensional character. Congratulations, Stanley. Remember where you came from. Your coworkers. Mini golf and has the adventure line on it. 427.
This is micro golf.
An audience with the dude who came up with pizza.
Nice. How do they have this many historical figures?
Up again, down again. The Stanley Parable. Yes, the elevator up and down. Oh, need to see what that one says.
The Lord.
Featuring keynote speaker, the Lord, a meet and greet. Micah, would you meet and greet with the Lord?
Sure.
There was no one here. Nobody had come to the press conference to hear Stanley speak, to listen to him talk about what it really means to press the number 3 on a keypad over and over. He was unloved,
No.
uninteresting, he was a failure, and in that moment Stanley knew that the bucket would never again take him seriously. There would be no connection, no deeper understanding. The bucket merely sat there in his arms, indifferent. And so it began that slowly, over many years, the two of them grew more and more distant. They spoke less and less, neither wishing to state the obvious, that any sense of real respect between them had eroded since that day at the press conference. There would be no more games, no more long conversations about passion and pursuit, only a silence that consumed the space between
Tragic.
friends. And Stanley, having for once in his life discovered the warmth and comfort of true companionship, was cast back into the unremarkable normalcy of loneliness.
Well,
Cool. Well, the sequel is now paused.
you see, that's you're setting them up for the next stream, the sequel to this stream, and everyone knows sequels are the best. Where the bucket, you'll get the happy ending with the bucket.
We've got the third ending. Well, that was gaming. This is really cool. I'm glad that there is, for all intents and purposes, a sequel to the Stanley Parable.
Make sure you restart Steam after you close the game.
I
in
will
case
restart Steam after I close this. But, yeah, thank all of you for coming. Almost all of you, except one of you. You know what you did. I hate you forever. You're the scum of the earth. The rest of you, however, please remember to like...
Is the stream? Did you end it? Are we still live? Oh, we're still live. They've just been spacing out this whole time.
Comment and subscribe. See you later.
Bye.